Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, and students. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to the Zan Monetary Conference in Risk and Crisis Communication in the EU. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizing committee for their hard work and contribution in bringing this event together. I would also like to thank our chairs, speakers, and participants for joining us as we discuss the role of risk and crisis communication in managing disaster and crisis and building more resilient communities. In the last decades, Europe has faced a number of crises, such as disasters, political crises, terrorist attacks, technological accidents, and health-related crises, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. These crises have had a tremendous impact not only on the affected organizations and agencies, but also to the victims, relevant publics, media organizations, national and local communities. In such severe crisis conditions, the need for effective crisis communication becomes imperative, not only for reducing the reputational damage of companies and organizations, but also for protecting citizens, as well as strengthening the readiness and resilience of communities. Thus, the aim of this conference is to enhance discussion among scholars, practitioners, and citizens about crisis communication in European settings through an interdisciplinary approach and promote the value and importance of the European crisis communication research community. Over the course of these 2 days, 15 papers will be presented, and we will be able to explore critical topics such as risk communication and citizens' engagement, crisis communication strategies utilized by political figures and disaster management organizations, media communication during emergencies and disasters, as well as the role of new technologies and social media in risk and crisis communication. This conference aims to explore these themes in depth and with a special focus on the European Union's unique context, challenges, and opportunities. I'm also thrilled to announce a call for papers for a special issue dedicated to this conference that will be published by the Corporate Communications and International Journal. The special issue is entitled Shifting Perspectives in Crisis Communication Research in Europe. And I encourage all of you to contribute and ensure that the valuable knowledge shared during this event reaches a broader audience. The opening date for submission is April 1st. Today, we have the honor to have with us our keynote speaker, Professor Audra Diers-Lawson, a leading expert in risk and crisis communication. Audra Diers-Lawson is a professor of risk and crisis communication and the head of the PhD program in communication and leadership at Christiania University College. She has teaching and research experience in 5 countries and more than 35 scientific publications, including a monograph and edited volumes in the last 5 to 6 years alone. She is also the editor of the Journal of International Crisis and Risk Communication Research. Professor Diers-Lawson is a global leader in risk and crisis communication. Her research focuses on connections between risk, crisis, stakeholders, and organizations. Diers-Lawson is passionate about bringing academic and practitioner communities to translate research to practice. She also collaborates to advise and produce research affecting policy and practice with institutions like the Asia Europe Foundation, the European Union, and the European section of the World Health Organization. Her keynote speech will provide invaluable insights about the role of effective risk communication in enhancing citizens' engagement, and I'm certain that it will set the stage for an enriching discussion. It's an incredible opportunity to learn from one of the best in the field. We encourage all of you to take notes and reflect on the valuable insights that will be shared. There will be a time for questions at the end of the session. Without further delay, let's begin. And I'm delighted to hand over the stage to Professor Audra Diers-Lawson for her keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amalia. Let me get my slides shared. And I would quite formally like to thank Amalia very much and the Department of Communication and Digital Media of the University of Western Macedonia for inviting me to speak at this conference. It's genuinely a pleasure to support and promote risk and crisis communication throughout Europe. But we are a relatively young field, and I know that I'm starting to get a little bit older these days, but when I was started doing my research on risk and crisis communication during my PhD, I was only in the second generations of researchers in this field. So we have come a long ways in not a lot of time. Robert Heath, who is one of the foundational thinkers in the field, described the importance of risk and crisis communication very directly when he said that when handled well, crises provide an opportunity to build relationships with stakeholders. But when handled poorly, they can break those relationships with stakeholders and put organizations and communities at risk. As fellow researchers, practitioners, and students in the field, we all understand this. Yet our field is flooded with case studies of organizations getting it very wrong. And this can have disastrous results for people and for organizations. However, one of the opportunities that has come from the really unfortunate collective experience of COVID is to highlight the stark differences in crisis outcomes when risk and crisis communication is managed well versus when it is managed poorly. So in some ways, the validation of the importance and the material support of the growth in the field, and with the Council of the EU establishing this chair and directly recognizing the need for effective risk and crisis communication, that cannot really be understated, the importance of this dedication to it. So instead of standing behind public health, policy, governance, we are beginning to stand beside them in the recognition that risk and crisis communication not only helps to manage stakeholder relationships, but more importantly is critical and mission essential in responding to crises and to building societal resilience to crisis. So for my part, I'm always more interested in people and firmly believe that organizations have an obligation to do right by the communities they serve, no matter what their mission is, whether it's business, governmental, or non-governmental. And so that's why in this presentation, I want to focus on citizen engagement and what we've learned about it. Amalia gave a nice bit of background, but I also want to explain a little bit about who I am and how I got here. So probably you can tell from my accent that I'm not particularly European. I did get here as quickly as I could. I'm an American, and I'm very sorry on behalf of my people for inflicting Donald Trump into the world not once but twice. So we'll acknowledge that. But since 1998, I've been researching and working to address challenges of communication in emergency, crisis, and risk contexts. And this started with my master's degree at the University of Wyoming and working with the LGBTQ plus community there, because as I was doing my master's research, that community was dealt very suddenly with being thrust into the national media spotlight when a young gay man was murdered quite violently. And so this kind of work, the work that I've done in Texas to support the passive emergency contraception, to improving internal communication within public health alliances in the UK, and more recently, surrounding issues related to vaccination, pandemic communication, and coming up, some research on Mpox. I really appreciate the opportunities to bridge the gap between research and practice. So, as Amalia mentioned, in the last few years, I've been collaborating with organizations like the Asia Europe Foundation, WHO Europe, and reporting to the EU on different projects connected to health emergencies and risk communication, community engagement, and infodemic management, known within the WHO as RCCEIM. I think what's been most for me interesting about these experiences is that it's given me the opportunity to travel within Northern Europe, the Balkans, and Central Asia, share some of my research, but more importantly, listen and learn from practitioners about their innovations and their challenges, particularly during COVID, because some of the most interesting and enriching community engagement efforts have come from not the big Northern European countries, but the smaller countries who have fewer resources and have to think a little bit more creatively about reaching different and vulnerable populations. So all of this has been meaningfully informing our research agenda, but how, more importantly, I see opportunities for researchers and practitioners to build capacity and just do better at our respective jobs. There will also be one thing, and this is a bit of a confession, that will become apparent. I love superhero movies and stories. Why? Well, because the good ones are complicated. Heroes are sometimes anti-heroes, and villains often have backstories that let us empathize with them, even if they're trying to destroy the world. But that's the point, is that they're messy, they're complicated, and I like that. So you're going to have to indulge me a giant superhero metaphor in this presentation, because when we think about this topic and what I mean by being epic, in the last year or so, I've been trying to think about and reflect on the lessons I've been learning about risk and crisis communication. So my own reflections on best practices that I've been seeing, reading, hearing from stories from practitioners, looking at in both the white and the gray literature, academic research, and some of my own observations. And I've been trying to think about this and summarize it to give a big picture. And this is what I've come up with. And let's face it, who doesn't like an acronym? But this one happens to be a data-driven acronym. We'll come back to the research and what I mean by each of these elements a little bit later in the presentation. But as with all stories, this one has a backstory, the origin story to tell, and that's really about the problem that has to be solved. So let's set the scene a little bit for being epic in our community engagement. So in this context, I'm mostly going to be talking about public health, but the lessons learned and the research supporting this came from a number of different risk and crisis communication contexts. But within this context of public health, let's think about people going through our daily lives. You know, in days and years gone by, health information was largely localized with our medical professionals. There might have been some public campaigns here and there. But over the years and with the growth of the internet, social media, and the like, we're seeing a proliferation of information. People's information consumption habits have expanded and changed. We can cultivate the information that we consume in much different ways than we ever could before. But this also means that information challenges have emerged, because information, as it comes out, we see good information, verifiable information, and we also see bad information, sometimes by accident and sometimes by bad will actors. So this has meant that the question of fact could be debated in ways that it never was before. It wasn't enough that we heard an authority say something or that we heard this from the news media. There have been a lot more voices involved in these conversations, and among many of the challenges that have emerged in health contexts, there's been these concerns about health information privacy, but also health mis and disinformation about a lot of topics like vaccination. For me, vaccination has been a really interesting one because I didn't understand why the anti-vaccination perspective and even vaccine hesitancy was growing so much as it was. But in a Facebook argument, I mean, let's face it, who hasn't had a silly social media argument? But in a Facebook argument one night in somewhere around 2017, 2018, with a guy that I went to high school with about vaccination, he kept talking about the research says this, the research says that. So I'm like, what research? What research are you talking about? And finally, he sent me a table of about 20 peer-reviewed journal articles, mostly from around 2000 to 2002. Proper journal articles, proper peer review. And so this was the basis on which a lot of these folks are saying, this is what the research says. The interesting thing is that the articles were questioning the efficacy and safety, in particular, of the measles, mumps, and rubella, or MMR vaccination. Now, if you have no training in reading academic publications, research methods, and you're just relying on the abstracts, it became really clear how folks could just start to question the safety, because they were asking legitimate questions about the efficacy of these vaccinations and correlations with different health challenges. But when you got into it, all of this was based on case studies, an N of about 100, and later was quite conclusively disproven. But if you're only getting the fact, and 20 articles seems like a lot, and especially as you start to go through them, it seems like there's just a preponderance of research. So this backstory, if we understand it, sets the groundwork for a lot of measles cases popping up in different countries. For example, in 2018, the UK lost its measles-free status, and it wasn't because of fringe loonies wearing tinfoil hats, worrying about chemtrails and conspiracy theories. It was parents. It was parents genuinely trying to make decisions for their children's well-being. It's just that it was based on a poor understanding of the science, and to be fair, that's down to us. It's down to academics, researchers, policymakers for failing to translate their research to non-technical specialists. The information is out there, but if you're not trained in this, how can we reasonably expect folks to know how to come to the right conclusions when they're not trained researchers? That's our responsibility. And it's something that we have to take as part of the obligations that we have, especially for those of us involved in risk and crisis communication. A big part of what we should be doing is translating research so that it is clear and it's understandable. Now, for those who believe in vaccination, but who were questioning the efficacy of it, those people with the questions and the concerns, they found in the pro-vaccination side of the debate judgmental, nasty, and negative. How dare you question vaccination? But in the anti-vaccination side of the conversation, and I would argue probably a lot of these are bad will actors, they saw a different approach. The anti-vax side of the discussion invited these parents with questions, invited them to do their own research, applauded them for asking sensible questions and being concerned about the safety and the well-being of their children. So instead of being faced with judgment, ridicule, and scorn, they were welcomed. Think about that from a persuasive context. What does it mean when people feel judged versus when people feel invited in? The disposition and the emotional readiness for information is very, very different. So it's no surprise why these folks, particularly in countries where trust in institutions is relatively low, started to question vaccination in general. All of this had very real consequences. For example, in 2018, as the UK lost its measles-free status, but this is when the conversation and the sources of disinformation, especially among the anti-vaccination advocates, was really coming to a head, and especially about the MMR vaccine. But this is where public health, it wasn't just that those of us who generally are pro-vaccine supported it, but public health also dismissed these folks who were questioning the vaccines as radical, even when the overwhelming number of them were parents, even when they were trying to understand it. So they were demonized, turned on by the pro-vaccination side. They were even called baby killers or bad parents simply because they were dismissed, simply because they had the audacity to question current convention in a well-meaning kind of way. So we have to also make sure that when we're approaching questions of public health, that we're not alienating folks that we should be engaging with. But in the midst of this came COVID-19. Obviously, as a crisis context where there's a lot of uncertainty, it's a situation that was ripe for mis and disinformation to flourish. And there's a few pretty concrete and evidence-based reasons for this. But first, we'd already laid the groundwork to damage trust in vaccination. With the whole conversation and the tenor and tone of that conversation, the trust in public health, in the pro-vaccination side, was already being questioned in a lot of places. Second, the proliferation of global health disinformation being spread across platforms. And by platforms, I also mean face-to-face, email, and also social media. We're often really quick to blame social media, but the riskier places where people get their health information from is actually family and friends. And no matter whether that's shared because we have a conversation over coffee or shared via email, there's much less opportunity for sort of scrutiny in those conversations. Because the information where people are vulnerable, like the elderly, they rely on emails from their family and friends for information. And this is where it also gets separated from its source. So it comes to look simply like a public consensus. Well, of course, everyone in your email list already supports this, so you pass it on. And you start to remove the sources of information, and it simply becomes a form of truth. So at the point that we start to have these pieces of mis and disinformation floating around in platforms that are almost unquestionable, it makes it a lot more difficult to change those assumptions because we're no longer debating questions of action. We're debating questions of fact. So we hear often these stories, well, you have your facts and I have my facts. This drives me absolutely insane because there's set of facts. What we do with that information is where the value judgments come in. But we shouldn't be articulating multiple sets of facts. There aren't multiple facts that we can verify, but that's how it gets presented. So poor efforts on the part of governments and public health to really pay attention to institutional reputations, to institutional credibility on health issues has also damaged a lot of this. Because where in countries like Norway, for example, where it's a high trust environment, if the government says, here's some information, we make the following recommendations, most people here just say, okay, because it's a high trust society. You go to other places in Europe and further abroad where there is much lower trust in government, and that is simply not the case. So another problem that has laid the groundwork for this is the limited sharing of best practice and research between public health officials and academics. And there's a whole host of reasons for this. We often talk past one another. We sometimes have limited opportunities for collaboration. This is one of the reasons why in the last few years, any chance that I could say yes, I have said yes to coordinating and to collaborating with public health, with practitioners from different places, because it's just necessary to try and share practice, share information, and build a better way of building capacity. So this is one of the reasons I really appreciate this process, these opportunities for engagement. But COVID itself and our lack of knowledge about the disease also created a big part of the problem. It was difficult for governments and health authorities to tell the story about COVID because they didn't know how the story ended. We were still learning about the disease. So inevitably, what this meant was that the information that we were communicating all had caveats. And the flow of evidence-led recommendations and advice could be disrupted. Recommendations, for example, about face coverings, how to wear them, how much impact they had, often actually had more harmful effects than beneficial effects because information varied, opinions varied, and this confusion of fact and opinion made it more difficult for people to sort out. And this is really the origin story that got me thinking about this notion of being epic. But we also have to think about the different kinds of crisis contexts that we can operate in. So there are a lot of different types of risks and crises. In the academic literature, we often talk about crisis as events. So if we think of a flood, if we think of an earthquake, if we think of a corporate crisis, these are often short, sharp shocks or event-based crises. Even if they're a bit of a surprise because something happens, an accident, a technical breakdown, something along those lines, it has there's a clear pre-crisis, during crisis, post-crisis phase. And that's very different than the situation that we see with prolonged crises. Crises like the climate crisis, like COVID, like the migration uh, crisis, the the complicated issues with conflicts and the outcomes and the impacts of those crises. So we also have to think a little bit differently about the type of crisis that we're talking about, because when we're thinking about societal level crises or prolonged crises, ones that are genuinely transboundary, prolonged, we have different concerns. So information fatigue, crisis fatigue, try to make climate change and climate crisis interesting for people. It's hard. By the end of the 3 years about COVID, I mean, think about even trying to publish right now on COVID related issues. People are just tired of hearing about it. Yet we have a lot more lessons that we need to learn. But the core issues connected to these different types of crises are also a little bit different. So they have different elements of time, of impact, of geography, information management, change likelihood, and blame. So this makes for different communication contexts. So when we're thinking about societal level crises and big problems that we have to solve over time, that's simply going to be different and require a different approach than if we're talking about disaster response and having to move very quickly with our actions, with our recommendations, and with our strategies. But what about the practitioner perspective? How do we understand where they see the barriers to risk and crisis communication? Because even in the best of times, communicating with the public can be very challenging. So in conversations with practitioners across Europe and Central Asia, I've been able to identify 5 barriers to effective risk communication, community engagement, and infodemic management from the practitioner perspective. So one of the critical challenges, for example, is politics. When you're trying to communicate, if the political decision-making unit is more interested in reputation management than problem solving, or if there's poor institutional trust, this makes the job of responding to the crisis a lot more difficult. In terms of the infodemic, how different actors have to cope with the availability of mis and disinformation, bad will actors, and also different citizens' social media and other media consumption. So, for example, when I was in Central Asia and Kazakhstan, um, they were talking about how they had to get the word out about vaccination, and that was particularly the topic we were dealing with. They couldn't use social media because not everyone had social media, or at least not in the levels that Northern Europe certainly and pretty much across Europe does. So they had to go to the communities. If they weren't going face to face, door to door in the communities, they weren't getting the word out. That meant that they had to do a lot more work with community leaders. And as hearing them talk about these experiences, one of the most interesting things that occurred to me was we don't do a great job of reaching out in diverse and sort of novel ways a lot of times in Europe. We often rely on mass distribution or one-way sided communication. So instead of engaging with and building partnerships with communities, So in contrast, what we found during COVID was that a lot of times the vulnerable communities in our countries were the ones who were the most affected by COVID, but this is also true for most disasters. And it's because these one-sided institutional approaches to communication just don't work. Because when we think about the information consumption, how people consume information and the sources that they trust are just different. So this has a lot to do with the infrastructure. And when you hear practitioners talk about infrastructure, certainly there are big data issues that warrant consideration and challenges. There's challenges in translating the science. There's challenges associated with epidemiological changes in disease or how to narrate changes in weather, what the topic happens to be. And there's also institutional response capacity. Think about the challenges that a lot of organizations had, whether corporate, governmental, non-governmental, during COVID. One of the biggest challenges was whether the institution's capacity was flexible enough to accommodate. We all became very good in academia, or had to, at doing the online course management thing. And this was something that was really new to a lot of academics. It was also new to a lot of businesses to have to move online and have telecommuting. They're used to managing in office environments. But then what do you do with those folks who actually still have to go to work? How could they self-protect and how could they self-isolate? So the infrastructure realities surrounding crises, when you have flooding in different environments, or you have earthquakes, for example, like the devastating one in Turkey, when the fundamental infrastructures have broken down because of the events, because of the crises, this creates the own challenges and barriers to communicating, to engaging, and to trying to work with interventions in these communities. And that leads us to the citizen engagement challenges. If we're thinking about a lot of the time when we're communicating with public audiences around disasters, around disease, things like this, it's about trying to get self and community protective behavior. So I mentioned that the conversation about face masks was often confusing. And in some ways we did disservices because we acted as if one person failing to wear a face mask or face covering of some kind doomed the whole thing, that everyone was in trouble because if one person wouldn't wear it. So this prompted rebellious attitudes. We saw different communities across Northern and Eastern Europe, for example, who said, we don't want to be told what to do. Don't tell us what to do. Don't force us to try and follow rules, follow guidance. Don't penalize us. In the UK, and especially in England, there are up to £10,000 fines for failing to follow the rules. When you set people up for conflict, people's willingness to engage goes down. So we've lost the citizen engagement part when we deal with heavy-handed orders and guidance. But it's also about maintaining people's information satisfaction. One of the biggest reasons that I've found is that people turn to social media, even people who trust official sources, is that the uncertainty of the crisis means they just want to hoover in, vacuum in more and more information. And if that information isn't readily available from their preferred sources, from official sources, they will start looking in other places. So one of the biggest shifts in terms of information consumption is in terms of people's anxiety. The more their anxiety raises, the more that what they're looking for is information that calms that anxiety. That sows the seeds for mis and disinformation. And then, of course, is the question of the media. To what extent is the media a useful partner with public health or with organizations who are trying to manage crises? So one of the most undervalued elements to crisis response is good media engagement, having great relationships with journalists, being accessible to media outlets, all of the things that we talk about in traditional public relations as being essential for good media relations is even more essential. But these are the relationships that have to be built before crisis. These aren't the relationships that can just emerge as a crisis emerges. But organizations, no matter whether we're talking for-profit to non-governmental and everywhere in between, have to make as much information available, even if they're running a press conference to say that there's not a lot of new information. Simply being out there and doing the press conference, releasing the information, giving updates across different platforms tells people that they're still paying attention to their interests and to their needs. So it's this point at which we come back to the research backing the EPIC framework. And I want to go back to the case of the UK, some of the emerging vaccine controversies, and also their performance during COVID so that we can build from that case to compare the lessons learned across Europe. So when we think about recent findings when it comes to vaccination, the first thing to understand is that pro-vaccine, anti-vaccine, and vaccine hesitancy are distinctive attitudes, but they're often not treated this way. Likewise, when we think about trust and mistrust, we often think about them as polar opposites to the same scale, but they're really not. The constructs are distinctive, both statistically and conceptually. What we saw early in the pandemic was evidence coming out of the US that COVID-19 had actually worsened vaccine attitudes. So part of the question was whether this was happening elsewhere. In the UK, I had started to do some research on vaccine attitudes before the pandemic and had collected a round of data based on this. But there had been limited UK-based evidence that looks at the personal, the institutional, and information consumption. As a matter of fact, most of the vaccine research focuses on demographics. So in any particular country, we can describe which demographics are more and less likely to take up vaccination. But these aren't really the attitudes underlying why people might be vaccine hesitant, pro-vaccine, or anti-vaccine. So this was what I was particularly interested in. So one of the questions after the pandemic started that I had was to evaluate whether the pandemic had changed vaccination attitudes in the UK, how it had affected those attitudes, but also more importantly, to understand how people seek, understand, and interpret information about vaccine and the groups communicating about vaccination and these types of messages. So there were 3 points of data collection in England. And we'll talk a little bit more in a few minutes about why England and not, when I talk about this, I'm talking about England and not the UK in general. But so we had collected data in February 2019, before the pandemic really started, at least in the UK. Second, before the vaccination was available around October, November of 2020, and then also after the vaccination rollout, so in May 2021. And across all of these, we had the same message. There was a pro-vaccine message that basically was, vaccination is good and you should get it for these reasons. A message based from the NHS, the National Health Service. And there was an anti-vaccination message, which I had pulled from the Stop Mandatory Vaccination website. That was, basically vaccination bad. Same messages throughout. And this is important as we come to the results. Because normally in the experimental design, you would say, okay, it's the same message, people understand it the same way. But this is where, in England, the problem really started. So we start with the question of what did vaccine attitudes look like in England across the pandemic? And they worsened, statistically significantly so. So what we saw across the pandemic was that vaccination hesitancy went up and pro-vaccination attitudes came down. So we're seeing all the wrong movements in all the wrong directions. Now, that is not to say that during the pandemic, folks in England didn't take the vaccine when they had it available. They did. The vaccination rate was quite high. So this isn't about immediate vaccine compliance or non-compliance with public health at this point. The problem is actually a little bit more complicated. Because when we think about COVID, like most crises, it created health uncertainty, anxiety, and also, most importantly, inefficacy about people's ability to control their own health. So we see a big rise in health inefficacy and a moderate rise in health anxiety. So we know these are the conditions that contribute to mis and disinformation. We also saw some problematic shifts in trust in widely used sources of health information. So trust in government had some dips, and by the end of the pandemic, it improved. The dip was largely due to Boris Johnson, but some of the misguided ways that he governed. But we also see a significant increase in social media consumption by the end of the pandemic compared to the beginning of the pandemic. And health advocacy groups. And keep in mind that health advocacy groups include both pro and anti-vaccination groups. So there's not a lot of distinguishing in terms of the goodness of the health advocacy group, simply that there are health advocacy groups. So what happened to information? How did people understand information? Well, it turned out that the time around COVID affected people's ability to attribute anti-vaccination messages to the anti-vaccination organization. So the blue line, if you can see that there, is the anti-vaccination message. So the question was, is the source pro or anti-vaccine? By the end of the pandemic, people were more likely, significantly more likely, to attribute an anti-vaccination message to a pro-vaccination source like the NHS, and they were significantly more likely to attribute a pro-vaccination message to an anti-vaccination source. So if this sounds weird, it is. People were having a hard time sorting out, I'm reading this message that is from an or is saying vaccination is bad, and I'm less certain about who to attribute this to. But it gets more complicated because COVID also affected the ability to attribute pro-vaccination messages specifically to the NHS. So the anti-vaccination message versus the pro-vaccination message, it made it so that the NHS, they weren't sure what their advocacy was going to be, or they were significantly less sure. Likewise, as time passed, so did the believability of pro and anti-vaccine messages change. The anti-vaccination messages became more believable. So when they were questioning the health effectiveness, when they were questioning whether or not vaccination was a good idea, it became significantly less believable, and vice versa. So in all meaningful ways, the information was going in the wrong direction. If we think about this, the bad news from study one is, first, we saw a lot more evidence across the pandemic in the UK of maladaptive information-seeking behavior. So where people were more likely to consult alternative sources that might be communicating mis and disinformation than to trust the official health sources. Second, the uncertainty, the decreased message comprehension, and the openness to alternative facts means that there's a lot more vulnerability across this prolonged crisis to mis and disinformation. So we're setting a stage where this can be an increasing problem. But we also have to think about how the COVID-19 vaccine was rolled out. Thinking in terms of the speed with which the vaccines were approved worldwide. Now, is there a scientifically valid reason that they were approved so quickly? Of course. It was a global effort. There's nothing like a transboundary major societal level crisis to focus the minds. So it doesn't mean that the science was less rigorous, but the push, Austria, for example, required the vaccine. Other countries that tried to require the vaccine faced a lot more pushback. So the question that remains for us in the long term is really, did we do damage with the way that the COVID vaccine was rolled out in response to a particular crisis to vaccination overall? So this sets a stage for a much more complicated information environment if you're interested in vaccination. And it's certainly not like the UK is the only place where this happened. If you think about the Northern European countries where some of the vaccines were pulled and because of concerns about side effects, others were promoted. The availability of vaccinations and different vaccines across Europe and certainly outside of Europe, this became part of the issue. So there's a lot of challenge that came because of COVID with the story of vaccination, but this is also about how we think about crisis overall. That when you're dealing with major crises that are affecting a lot of different people, these types of information environments that are confusing, conflictive, are likely to produce bad results. But if we think about this and even placing it in a broader United Kingdom context, it's complicated. For example, public health in the UK is devolved to the national governments. So Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales, and England all have the right and the responsibility to set their own public health agenda. So in Scotland, Northern Ireland, and Wales, they have national parliaments, and their first ministers address this. England has a scaled version of the Westminster government and the Prime Minister, but fundamentally, when public health in England is speaking, in the UK is speaking, they're actually only really talking about public health in England. This is confusing for so many reasons because it's imprecise. But if you think about a lot of national governments, the coordination between national and local, there's devolution in a lot of governments and how internal policy coordinates with national policy, it's a bit of a challenge. So in the UK, at the end of the day, most of the policies between the four governments were complementary. But the story is not. In the UK, it wasn't consistent. If everything, so in the UK, we have large cultural similarities. We can always debate the socio-cultural differences between Scots and the English. I'm married to a Scot, so I can assure you that is a meaningful conversation to have. But the public policy was very similar. The culture, the sensibilities are relatively similar. But when we looked at the per capita confirmed deaths, they weren't. So how do we start to explain this? Well, the UK makes for a really interesting sort of natural experiment and lets us ask the question, what does communication have to do with it? And in a lot of ways, communication has everything to do with it in the UK. So the second study that I want to share with you is looking at the messaging across the pandemic and comparing the English to the Scottish. Now, we use Twitter because that was pretty much the strategies all in one place at one time, and also visual. So across the pandemic, from the 12th of March of 2020 to the 23rd of February 2022, we found 1,500 and some distinct tweets from COVID from the English government and a little over 2,000 from the Scottish government. So what can we learn? Well, the first lesson, or the first part of this, is that England had a bit of a shotgun COVID approach. Their visual messaging was different. You almost never saw the same message twice. There was very little branding, even though they had the Stay Alert campaign. You saw a lot of different looks, feels, messages throughout the 2 years. Comparatively, Scotland had a much more branded approach. In fact, there were only about 12 templates that across these 2,000 messages that the Scottish government used. So it was really clear when the Scottish government was speaking what was going on. So what happened during the pandemic? We see in the first wave of the pandemic in the UK, Public Health England was in control of the message. And the messaging wasn't that different for the first bit. So you saw complimentary messages. In England, it was what to do, mostly get tested. In Scotland, what's going on and what to do. Now, one of the starkest differences, and taken from around the same date, if you think about in May of 2020, posting this message, we've passed the peak of COVID in 2020. Then you compare that, though, to a message from the same time from the Scottish government that was still encouraging people and trying to demonstrate how to wear face coverings more effectively. But these differences became more significant as the pandemic rolled on. In wave 2 of the pandemic, the theme seemed to be compliance, vaccination, and Boris Johnson, because nothing says public health and we care about our citizens more than your prime minister being the heart of your visual campaign. But what we saw was a bit of a dark turn. This kind of post-apocalyptic message or threats of finding people became a norm in the messaging in the wave 2 of the pandemic to force compliance. Scotland had a different approach. What to do and why we're recommending it. You'll notice that there's this distinct similarity in the overall message strategy from Scotland, that they're trying to focus on action and explanation to try and help people to understand, sense make collectively, and focus on things that empower people. Then in wave 3, England started to communicate a lot less, and it was basically a noun, a verb, and vaccinate. In fact, across Europe, health authorities were looking at England because it was interesting to see them putting their eggs all in the single basket of getting people vaccinated to get back to life as we knew it. So this becomes part of the challenge. Yet Scotland, even though some of the recommendations were changing, it was still what to do and why we're recommending it. So there came to be, I think, 4 big insights from this. First, that visual branding is essential for risk and crisis communication. Second, good visuals and good text are both needed. The English tweets almost never had links for follow-up, or if they're promoting vaccination, since that was the key message, you couldn't actually go online from their tweets to register to get your vaccinations. We had to, because we were living in England at the time, pause one of the commercials that listed the website address to go on and take a screenshot of that so that then I could go online and get us signed up. It's kind of crazy. The third insight, though, was keep messaging positive. But in looking this retrospectively, that bad messaging has potential negative consequences. And when we go beyond Britain and we think about the information sources, we start to compare, and this is a project that I did for the EU and its post-COVID understanding of what happened, best practices, and what we can learn. When we look at 236 scientific publications, institutional reports published between 2020 and 2022 in 11 different countries, including some reference countries, there's an evidence-based view of this that focuses on the best lessons of translating the science, managing uncertainty, building and maintaining institutional trust, engaging with communities, customizing messages, demonstrating. And when we're talking about this, what was really essential, the governments that were the most effective were tailoring their messages to different audiences and paying attention to their vulnerable populations. The Netherlands and Portugal, for example, had great examples of really good customized messages to target different populations across multiple platforms. But those countries that politicized the environment, for example, Hungary and Bulgaria, and focused on blaming, like England did, blaming their citizens for non-compliance, blaming the media for its coverage, all of these kinds of things, death rates were significantly higher. It's still correlational. It's not hard evidence, but when all of the trends everywhere that we're looking are pointing to the same conclusions, it suggests that we probably want to be epic in our communication. So what is epic? Well, if we start with the E, the engaged, what this means is that we need to listen across different platforms. We need to be focused on what the communities are actually saying and routinizing two-way and regular interactions with key stakeholders. But one of the problems that has emerged now after COVID is that public health and different organizations reached out to communities and said, we care about you, we really value you. And now that the money and the time and the urgency is dried up, those relationships have been left to go. But what happens in the next emergency, the next pandemic, the next disaster, is that people will say, well, you only care about us because it makes you look bad. The authenticity, the relationships are not being maintained because there is the lack of support, resource, the politics around it have changed. So being engaged isn't about the during crisis period. This is about being engaged with communities and different populations more regularly. Second, the positive. It's important to manage uncertainty for the stakeholders while being realistic, but it's about building community efficacy for risk and crisis actions. And also, most importantly, even if there are people who are complicating, groups who are complicating the process, minimizing and avoiding defensive responses and blame, because this backfires and has seemed to backfire on any organization or government that has done it. Third, being informative. Be where the people are. It doesn't matter. So one of the most interesting things that has happened, a lot of European governments have distanced themselves from TikTok, for example, because of political objections to platform ownership. So in Germany, during the most recent elections, we saw a population shift. The youth were more likely to vote right-wing than at any time in the past. But guess who were the only groups communicating on TikTok? It was the far right. So we have to go where the people are. And if we want to engage people, we have to engage them in the platforms, face-to-face to online, where they are actually engaged in communicating. It's about improving situational information literacy when groups, when organizations, when sources that are credible are giving the information, are available for engagement, are available for interaction at people's convenience, then they're much more likely to have an impact in guiding, these are good sources of information. Here's where we'd recommend if you want to follow up, here are some links to go to. But also this involves translating the technical information to non-technical audiences. This is an essential part and is absolutely critical in being informative. And finally, the communication bit. Of course, we'd want to have good communication strategy, but it's about also demonstrating goodwill and caring and understanding of the communities. It is multimodal, so being across the platforms, going where the people are. This was a lesson learned from the 2008 US presidential election. One of the reasons that Barack Obama was successful in his election was because he went where the people were. He was on every platform, including door to door. This is the lesson from Central Asia. You go door to door, but as we see in the countries that have done it well, for example, Portugal, they were everywhere. And also customizing the messaging to be relevant to different stakeholders, understanding that multi-generational households have different issues and concerns than folks who live in non-multi-generational households, that people's backgrounds, their institutional trust, how new they are to a country, all influences this. So when we talk about being epic, when I'm talking about this is what I'm talking about, that if we look, and this tracks with 50 years worth of risk and crisis communication research, it's been punctuated by what we've learned, especially in Europe, in the COVID and post-COVID stages. But we need to make sure that as practitioners, as researchers, we're focusing on evidence-led decision-making, evidence-led strategy, and doing it in ways that fit what people actually need. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope that you have a lot of questions and points of discussion.
We would like to thank you for this insightful and inspiring keynote speech, and for the epic framework that you have presented to us. Let's all give a warm applause, a digital applause, for the presentation using the React button. And now we can open the floor for questions. You can raise your digital hand or type the question in the chat. We will try to address all of your questions. This was a really inspiring presentation. And now let's see. Wait for your, now we have. I think Professor Lapas want to. Oh. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being part of this important conference. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the San Monet Chair, Amalia Triantafyllidou, for her exceptional leadership in this chair and for organizing this pivotal event that promotes worldwide our department. And I'm speaking on behalf of our department. Professor Odia, dearest Lawson, it's a great pleasure to have you and hear you in this conference. And your talk was very inspirational and raises a lot of interesting evidence from the cases that you have presented us. And it's very important that we're speaking about health issues and health crisis. And since we have seen the pandemic to be a crisis that has affected worldwide every one of us. And as we know that we have to learn from all these crises, and it's very important the EPIC framework that provides a very good and clear guidance for this. You mentioned that people in case of such crisis are hoovering more and more information, and their anxiety raises, so that this can be seeds for mis and disinformation. I'm wondering that while this pandemic has passed and while we are getting in the phase of prevention and preparation for any next pandemic in the health industry, how can we raise citizen awareness while we are now in the prevention and preparation phase on how to behave with the citizens in case of a health crisis? When seeking information, so that not becoming vulnerable to mis and disinformation. You mentioned also from the studies that maladaptive information from the first case, when seeking people behavior has been increased. So are you aware of any such actions right now in any country or in the industry of health that such actions are now during this prevention and preparation phase to raise citizen awareness on how to behave and avoid this vulnerability for mis and disinformation? Thank you very much.
It's a tough question. I mean, there's a yes and a no to this. Part of this is the good community engagement. So building trust with communities and a lot of what it seems like the public health officials are talking about now is in, quote unquote, peacetime. What are they able to do to stay in touch with communities, to keep communities connected with them? And when I'm talking about communities, it's certainly if we've built relationships with nonprofit organizations, with business organizations, community leaders like religious leaders, whomever it might be, that is actually one of the most important ways to reduce the vulnerability to pandemics or to mis and disinformation, is building the trust in the institutions. I would also say that this has been a weakness for public health in most countries and also most international organizations, is because they don't like to think of themselves as public relations practitioners. So the notion of reputation is sometimes a little bit awkward when they're talking about, well, why do we need to focus on our relationships or our reputation? We're the government, we're the WHO, we're whoever it is that they happens to be, but it's actually the most predictive factor across Europe that I'm finding. I can isolate people who are low, medium, and high trust in institutions, and that is a significant predictor for almost all of their information consumption. So building trust in government, as tricky as that might seem, is the single easiest way to combat mis and disinformation. The other bit is we won't ever quelch the mis and disinformation around there, but we can start to work, and this is where we don't have a lot of good information yet, are what are the best tools to building community resilience for mis and disinformation. This is where I think there need to be more funding, more projects, more opportunities for intervention. So can we create games, for example, that help people to discern facts from opinions? How do we start to help people become more sophisticated? And we start with the most vulnerable populations, which in a lot of ways are the elderly, because they haven't grown up in an information environment, and they're also oftentimes the most at risk to disasters, to health problems. So there's a sophistication in terms of the information consumption. So there's things that we can do ahead of time, but we're still developing this information, these perspectives. But in the meantime, it's just being available and having the information.
Thank you very much. Professor Yannas would like to ask a question.
Yes, good morning. I would like to thank you very much for your presentation. I want to ask you two brief questions. The first question relates to what you just said about trusting governments. And I wonder what happens when you have a society, in societies where the trust in government is low and the trust in media is low. This is the case, I think, in Greece. In Greece, media freedom is very low, and there is not much trust in government. And you have the social media sphere, which, anything goes over there. So how do you begin to address the issue of, valid information to people and make people, accept that, even if it comes from the mouth of the government? So this is the first question. I think, so I'm suggesting maybe we might have to separate societies like Norway, where you said that there is a high trust in government and probably in media, and societies like our own here or other societies where there is low trust. So maybe this is a very important factor in how information gets to be played out, and whether the whole framework that you outlined is able to accommodate situations where you have low trust in government and in media. And the second question is, I wonder, in situations like this, I assume that in your framework, you took as given that the average citizen ascribes to a rational actor model, that is, that looks at the information, judges the information according to the facts, balances the pros and the cons, and goes on, deciding. Have you thought about adopting a naive scientist perspective that comes from, behavioral sciences, which says that there are some, biases in information, processing? There is confirmation bias, there is anchoring biases, there are, availability biases, and all of these biases filter the way that humans process information, especially in times of crisis. So I think this is another, dimension that I think maybe you want to think about in your own, thinking. Thank you.
Two very good questions. And so on the first one, certainly Greece isn't the only place that has low trust. And what we're finding in those countries like Greece, where there's low trust in government, is that in most of those cases, public health is still highly trusted. And so if government, and this is the big if government will get out of the way and let the public health folks speak, that ends up actually being a lot better. But a lot of times the question really is who's going to be trusted. So if you're trying to get the word out, who is actually influencing people's opinions? Who's influencing people's attitudes? Is it Taylor Swift? Is it just ahead of Eurovision last year in Albania and Kosovo, actually, the Albanian entry was asked to do some pro-vaccination public health promotion, and she did, and she was a great example of reaching out to the right type of a person who had influence in the population that they were after. And so that's why the Kosovar government had reached out to her, was so that if she was willing to do this message, they thought it would really help. So yeah, it's easy in countries with high institutional trust. In countries and places with low institutional trust, then the question is who do you go to? Well, go to where the people trust. Whether that is meaning that you need to get on board entertainers, influencers, public health. Public health would hopefully be the first stop. The second, in terms of the rational actor model, I mean, in fairness, I don't actually assume people are rational, because we know they're not. We know that people don't follow reasoned action. A lot of the times you have to catch their attention. You have to show them the shiny. You have to entertain them. You have to engage them emotionally. So part of this, and you're absolutely right, all the cognitive biases, all the social biases. You know, how do we reach a MAGA person in the United States? Good luck with that one. Because they're not rational actors. I mean, I look at my family sometimes and I'm like, how are you turkeys voting for Christmas? It doesn't make any sense to me. Because why would a turkey vote for a Christmas dinner that's going to be turkey, right? But this is part of the challenge, I think, is trying to figure out. So crisis we know is quite unique versus a lot of other contexts for interaction. Crisis is a bit unique because it's the uncertainty that seems to be driving most of their information consumption. They're hoovering information from most places. Even amongst people who have low institutional trust, most of them still go first to official sources. May not be government, it may be health officials. But it's only when they're dissatisfied with that information that they seem to go to other sources. So they're not rational actors. They have biases. They have all this complicating information. But one of the things I think, one of the lessons that we can learn from Scotland is that keeping it simple, what to do, why, and showing why that will work for them. The efficacy part of it ends up being so important to helping people take on self-protective behaviors and helping people deal with that. Now, we're still trying to get it right for the main parts of the populations or the populations we can reach out to. I think the next big challenge once we do that is to get to how to engage with folks who are already so predisposed against whatever the message is that we're selling.
Thank you very much. Professor Ozdemir would like to pose a question. Yes.
It seems frozen.
Let's wait. Let's move on to Professor Sapoudaki, who would like to ask a question, and then.
Okay, thank you very much for this very attractive and informative presentation. I would like to insist a bit on the issue of uncertainty. Crises are full of uncertainties. And I would like to refer, for instance, to earthquakes. After the first earthquake, the first tremor, there is a possibility for after tremors, but there is no certainty about this. How to communicate this uncertainty? I'm posing the question because I have heard political scientists, even as keynote speakers, in the Society for Risk Analysis conferences to suggest, to argue that it is not good to communicate uncertainty because this may cause confusion. Of course, this is partly true, but at the same time, we cannot communicate uncertainty as certainty. So my question here is, should we try to avoid communicating uncertain future events or future incidences, or we should try to communicate them, but in a specific way? What? Yes.
It's a great question. And actually, when it comes to especially things that may be likely to happen, but we don't know when, for example, earthquakes, hurricanes, a lot of the sort of natural disasters, more of the research is finding that it's less about the moment of the uncertainty. And so there might be tremors. That is, I understand why the policymakers are hesitant about that. It's about the preparation ahead of time. So the time to communicate and prepare people for the uncertainties around disaster isn't at the first sign of the disaster, it's ahead of time. So if you're in an earthquake-prone region, so for example, if you're in Turkey, if you're in California in the US, you know, these places where there's active tectonic activity, preparing communities for what can happen during an earthquake is really important. When I was in New Zealand, for example, one of the things that comes at all public events is what to do in case of an earthquake, how to be safe in this particular space. And this is just par for course. This is what they do at the beginning of every public event, apparently. There you see around the city tidal wave markers as far as where it's going to be safe to be in the event. So this is how to prepare populations for uncertainty, is to do it ahead of time. And that also means that you build the credibility and the goodwill. So if governments are communicating and building community resilience and working with different communities to help educate them, this is also getting back to the other question about the mis and disinformation. You're setting up for them what's credible, good information. So you're preparing them for what might happen, but also you're preparing them for what people might say and how to react to that. So both good and bad. So, but the other part of this, I think, is during the events, is how to communicate quickly and effectively. So if people know ahead of time that after an earthquake, there can be the aftershocks, there still needs to be a warning system for when it happens. So I know that Tim and Deanna Selnow had worked with the USGS in California to create an early warning system that with 10 seconds or less, and this was what the USGS had said, is that in 10 seconds or less, that was about all the warning that they could get out. And so they needed information that was, it's coming, what should you do to protect yourself? And this actually made it a lot more effective for the engagement, because it wasn't as much about the communication of the uncertainty during the disaster, but it was more about what to do to control the uncertainty as much as it can be controlled.
Thanks a lot.
Professor Özdemir, can you hear us?
Hello, I can hear you. First of all, thank you very much for your presentation. Indeed, I have a bit of different question. Last week, I was in a thesis defense about vaccine hesitancy during COVID in Turkey. And, Turkey is also a low trust society like Greece. And misinformation was very common through Twitter. And through this process, religiously right-wing parties and religious groups were very active about sharing misinformation. And in your presentation, you told that you also went through different countries. And I'm really curious, is it similar in other countries that religious groups and right-wing political parties are an element of this sharing this kind of information? Thank you very much.
It's a good question. So in other countries, so for example, Central Asia, where the religious communities are quite strong, also in some of the Balkan areas where religious communities can be quite strong, talking to the religious leaders and trying to build the relationships with them, it wasn't that they were viewed as blocks, it was actually that they were the essential partners because they were the gatekeepers to a lot of the communities. So in the case in Turkey where they're also promulgating a lot of the mis and disinformation, part of the question is then how can those communities be approached separately of the politics of it? Now, the right-wing politics, yeah, I think there is a clear indication almost universally across Europe, across North America, in all places, that right-wing politic is, and the truly right-wing politic is where much mis and disinformation is being sown. But if you think about the sort of mindsets behind people who are susceptible to mis and disinformation, it's people who feel alienated from their societies. It's people who have complaints and low trusts in government. The right wing courts them. The right wing actors provide these sort of safe havens and dip their toes in and get people feeling like they're part of a community and feeling validated about the questions and the concerns that they have. So when you're operating in low trust environments, it makes sense that those are the political sides. They're also, by the way, the political sides, for example, Hungary and Bulgaria, that did the worst in terms of blaming people, blaming media, and were the least credible, at least in the 11 countries that we reviewed. They were a source of the problem for, because of the right-wing governments, they were a source of the problem for mis and disinformation being communicated. So they're a challenge. And so working around trying to depoliticize health issues and public safety issues is critical. Also trying to reach out, because if we think about why sometimes religious leaders are more likely to kind of go down that road, is probably in contexts where they feel unvalidated by an environment. That's kind of seems to be the pathway into right-wingness or to mis and disinformation susceptibility to it. So trying to get the partners on the side as much as possible, that's the first step. And then the right-wing ideology, how do you make more people, more members of communities feel valued and heard? If we did better at that, we would find a lot smaller foothold for right-wing conspiracy theory and all of that, the stuff that goes with it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Since we don't have any more questions, I would like to thank you all for your participation. It was a truly engaging discussion. And once again, I would like to thank Professor Dears Lawson, Audra, for the very engaging and epic presentation. I would also like to remind you that our first session will begin in about 30 minutes. The session is titled Risk Communication and Crisis Stakeholders, and I think we can take a little break, and we look forward to seeing you back as soon as we can start the first session. So please stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Return is a project developed within the framework of the Italian National Recovery and Resilience Plan, aimed at enhancing knowledge on natural, environmental, and anthropogenic risk. What we know about risk communication, the understanding of risk has undergone significant changes, and these evolving definitions have had a profound impact on how we study and practice risk communication. Risk is increasingly viewed as a social construct, emphasizing the critical role of communication and representations in shaping our responses to hazards. This shift calls for a decisive integration of communication into decision-making processes and risk assessment. Viewing risk as a social construct means also that we must acknowledge that how risks are communicated impacts on how they are perceived and addressed. And even the evolution of literature about best practices in risk communication underscores this transformation. Initially, the field relied heavily on deficit models, which were mostly unidirectional, focused on merely informing the public. Nowadays, we are talking about participatory strategies, even based on feedback loops. Classical canonical definitions of risk communication often emphasize its role as a process of exchanging information among interested parties about the nature, the magnitude, the significance of a risk. And effective risk communication goes beyond simply sharing information because it has to inform, educate the public, facilitate participatory processes. Within this framework, I'm going to present the main result of our literature review, keeping in mind two broad research questions. The first one concerns the characteristic of the international literature that addresses risk communication, while the second one focuses on the role of sociology of communication discipline in knowledge in studying risk communication. To answer these research questions, we decided to conduct a scoping literature review. A scoping literature review is a literature analysis tool for understanding the scope or a coverage of a body of literature on a topic. To perform this literature review, we designed a search screen based on three broad areas. The first one is about natural and environmental risk. The second area details risk communication, and the third area details risk communication expertise, borrowing from some relevant concept from literature. We launched this search string on 5 different databases, collecting initially 2,217 articles that became 1,387 articles after cleaning and duplicate removal. Due to the substantial volume of papers, we had to apply some inclusion and exclusion criteria, and we followed a broad logic based on two different principles. The first one implied that our papers must address natural and environmental risk, while the second principle was based upon intentionality. That's to say that borrowing the concept from mass media research literature. This means that in reading abstract, the title of the papers or the keywords, it should be clear that the paper were describing some tools or application that were precisely designed and promoted by a specific actor, a specific stakeholder with intentionalities. This means that we had to exclude some relevant topic for risk communication research, but that were not based on intentionality, such as media coverage or real-time or bottom-up data or user perception. After this screening, we collected 125 papers that we have read and analyzed in tool. These papers were divided as follows. About the 36% of those papers were about risk communication experiences in specific contexts. Only the 6% of the papers described risk communication campaigns, while most of the papers were focused on describing or analyzing some tools for risk communication, such as visual tools, for example. Most of those experience or tools described was intended to address a single risk, while only the 12% of the papers described some application that could be used to face the multiple risk. All those papers have been published between 2006 and 2023 on 66 different journals. These journals were mainly specialistic journals based upon, focused on natural risk communication, with just a few generic communication journals. Floods and hydrogeological risk are among the most discussed topic. Most of the communication activities concentrate on pre-risk experiences, and most of the papers focus on national experiences, having the US and America as the most represented continent. Most of those papers use qualitative methods. Of course, it depends also by our selection criteria. Qualitative methods having the case studies having the lion's share. Through those case studies, not always were methodologically on point. To discuss the state of the art of media and communication research, we now examine the definitions of risk communication as presented in those papers. Only 18 papers clearly state what risk communication is. To avoid misinterpreting the author's direction, we decided to include only the definitions of risk communication when explicitly expressed as such. So, for example, we included only clear definition introduced by catchphrases such as "we can define risk communication as," or "risk communication is," and so on. We may suppose that such underrepresentation of basic risk communication definition is due to the fact that most of the papers, of course, are published in highly specialistic journals. So giving a definition could be considered as rhetoric or pleonastic. However, through limited in number, those definitions have helped outline the underlying concept of communication, as all definitions combine key elements that traditionally constitute the observation points necessary for describing communication models. These elements are the following: source, characteristic, purposes, flows, audiences, and they seem to echo traditional models. Just think about the classical canonical communication model proposed by Laswell in 1948. Few elements should be noted. When specified, sources must include qualified stakeholders. Flows are mostly defined as bidirectional, dialogic, feedback-based, even if audiences are not very well depicted, as they quite always defined as general audiences. To better understand the role of communication research in risk communication, we examined the theoretical framework that have been used in academic papers. Even in this case, we wanted to integrate theoretical knowledge and practical tools, and we applied an identifying principle in selecting those frameworks. That's to say that those frameworks should be explicitly connected to the case study or the application that they were describing. For example, being cited or relevant even in the method section or in the discussion or the result presentation section. In other words, we did not consider frameworks when they were not explicitly relevant for understanding the research action they were describing. They were a list of references, so a sort of literature review. And finally, they did not pertain to the communication sociology or communication domain. A total of 52 papers containing at least one theoretical framework were identified. Now, I won't be able to discuss it in full, just few notes about those framework. The classical perspective of risk society is underrepresented compared to our initial expectation. Indeed, only 3 papers use back theoretical framework to discuss what they were describing, and the media and communication approaches are represented by a miscellaneous of different approaches that tend to vary accordingly to how broad is the spectrum of the paper. For example, more generic paper maybe aimed at describing the complex media ecosystems. The contemporary media ecosystem tend to use broad research framework such as the one of mediatization as proposed by Kuldrenep or the idea of media ecology. On the other hand, those papers who were focused on a narrower application of risk communication, for example, the one that were reflecting on the relationship between technologies and risk communication, tend to use more specialistic frameworks such as the affordances theories as proposed by Norman in the Design of Everyday Thing, or the actor network theory. Considering this review, many aspects emerge as worthy of further exploration, inspired by the principle of communication research. For example, the tendency towards describing generic tools aimed at undifferentiated audiences leads to the need to reflect on the potential for personalization and the ability to reach more specific audiences. At the same time, the analyzed paper highlighted the role of institutions and public sector actors in producing content and disseminating risk communication messages. However, few studies emphasize the organizational dimension, for example, studying how these institutions works, what bureaucratic or organizational resistance they face, or how red tapes impact the cultural organization. A series of theoretical and practical tools could help refine the knowledge of contemporary risk communication. For example, it would be useful to resort to qualitative methods to study audience in the canonical framework of audience reception studies. In conclusion, we may define risk communication as an already specialized field of studies, but there is a sort of tension between its disciplinary boundaries and the limited presence of research specifically based on media and communication frameworks. Maybe this is due even to the multidisciplinary perspective that sometimes characterize media and communication studies that often present themselves as a bridge to connect different disciplines. Just think about social psychology. On the other hand, very often other disciplines, and I'm thinking about psychology or even economy, tend to appropriate themselves of some issues that may be of interest of risk or of communication studies. Finally, I would like to note that in the papers that we analyzed, we noticed the issues of the immunity of what Nick Couldry defined as the myth of the mediated center. That's to say that the media and communication are presented as functional to risk communication, and while there is a limited attention to their constitutive role in shaping a societal structure. Thank you so much for your attention. If you should you need any other information, you can visit our project website or read our last paper.
Alessandra, thank you very much. It was a very interesting review on risk communication. We have a few minutes for questions. So if anyone wants to ask a question, please raise your hand or chat or type your question in the chat. Okay, I would like to ask you a question about your review. Did you find any connection between risk communication and crisis communication in the papers that you examined?
Yes, especially the one that were resorting to framework that pertains to public relation research and so on. Indeed, I think that nowadays drawing a boundary between risk communication and crisis communication is quite complicated, both because situations are always evolving, both because theoretical and conceptual tools may be useful in both cases.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question.
I think we can proceed to the next
Thank you.
presentation. We have Pinaros Demir, Meliki Aktas Kuyuju, and Ogur Aksoy, if I pronounce it right.
Yes.
Excuse me if I did not. And they're going to present us their study about vulnerable publics in the 2023 Turkey earthquake disaster, a study on communication-centered experiences. The floor is yours.
Γεια σας, καλησπέρα. Είμαστε πολύ χαρούμενοι που βρισκόμαστε εδώ μαζί σας σήμερα. Μαθαίνω ελληνικά για 2 χρόνια και αγαπάω Ελλάδα πολύ.
Πάρα πολύ ωραία.
Thank you very much. I have been learning Greek for 2 years, so I wanted to show off my Greek a bit. Today, I'm going to present our paper titled Vulnerable Publics in the 2023 Turkey Earthquake Disaster, a study on communication-centered experiences that we have written with Professor Dr. Melike Aktaş Kuyucu and Dr. İsmail Uğraksoy. 3 of us, we are all in Ankara University, Turkey. I was thinking that I have 20 minutes for my presentation. I will be fast, but I may need 1 or 2 minutes more to finish my.
Okay, don't worry. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Today, we would like to share with you what we have learned from the earthquake that occurred in Turkey on February 6, 2023, and the disaster experience of people with disabilities and their families in terms of risk, crisis, and disaster communication, especially for the vulnerable groups. On February 6, 2023, at 4:17 in the morning, a magnitude of 7.8 earthquake struck southern and central Turkey and northern and western Syria. The epicenter was 37 kilometers west the epicenter and in Antakya. It was followed by another one nearly as strong. The earthquake that struck Turkey and Syria caused one of the biggest disasters to impact the region in recent times. There was widespread damage and tens of thousands of fatalities and many more injuries. There were more than 30,000 shock in the 3 months that followed. Thousands of buildings have collapsed and left countless people exposed to unforgiving winter conditions. Schools and hospitals have been destroyed, and estimated 14 million people, or I can say 16% of Turkey population, were affected. We do not know the exact number of people with disabilities and their families directly and indirectly affected by the earthquake. Unfortunately, this is due to the widespread deficiency in the collection and recording of data on people with disabilities as frequently mentioned in the international literature on the subject as well. Although we do not know the exact number, if we consider that there are different types of disabilities, of which some are invisible to the eye, and we add this the number of people disabled by the earthquake and their families, there is no doubt that they were talking about a very large number of people here. Disasters affect people with disabilities disproportionately, having a greater impact on vulnerable groups. According to disaster risk reduction terminology of United Nations, vulnerability is defined as the conditions determined by physical, social, economic, and environmental factors or processes which increase the susceptibility of a community to the impact of hazards. In emergencies and disasters, people with disabilities have the same rights and needs of any other citizens, but they face additional barriers and risks that require specialized responses. I would like to talk about our research approach a bit. In this study, we have interviewed 9 semi-structured interviews with people with families of mentally and physically disabled people who are completely dependent on their families for care and living in Hatay Antakya region, which was most affected by the earthquake. The interviewees were predominantly mothers from low social economic groups aged between 31 and 64, and they were responsible for the care of people with different physical and or mental disabilities. We also gathered some additional information from 2 non-governmental organizations that were working with these vulnerable publics, and we interviewed a frontline health specialist. In our interviews, we indeed asked, we had 3 research questions. They were, where do individuals with disabilities prefer to receive information in any case of risk or crisis? What problems have they experienced in accessing information about risk and measuring earthquake disaster? And what are the experiences of individuals with disabilities in communicating and responding to a disaster-related crisis? As we know, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015 to 2030 has added a focus on people with disabilities in disaster risk reduction efforts. In addition, the UN Sustainable Development Goals have also provided a basis on this issue. Turkey also has taken steps in this regard. For instance, the e-government platform offers 7 videos on disaster awareness, especially persons with disabilities. Video contents cover disaster concepts and actions for visually hearing and mobility impaired people before, during, and after the disaster. Unfortunately, the availability and accessibility of the contents are questionable for people with disabilities, and also their inclusiveness and effectiveness are uncertain. One of the most striking findings of our interviews was the deficiency of awareness and consciousness of disaster of risk. This lack is also associated with a lack of understanding of disaster preparedness and having personal disaster preparedness plan. In this respect, our findings are consistent with the international literature. When we look at the issue from the perspective of communication and disaster and risk reduction, we realize that communication processes are not effectively used in disaster risk reduction for people with disabilities. Unfortunately, we cannot talk about risk reduction through disaster preparedness. On the other hand, since the disaster risk reduction approach includes not only responding to disaster, but also disaster prevention and disaster preparedness actions, It requires the active participation of people with disabilities in policies, activities, measures, and programs, both in programming and implementation. Personal emergency evacuation plans through regular implementation, review and revision contribute to strengthening disaster preparedness, improving the coping capacity of people with disabilities, and thus reducing their vulnerability. Several reports emphasize the importance of including people with disabilities in all stages of the disaster management. In our interviews with disability organizations and NGOs, it was expressed that these opportunities for participation are very limited. In particular, we found that disabled people organizations or civil society organizations are not seen as the key stakeholders in disaster risk communication programs. We should say that most organizations can only function as relief resources. This situation is largely related to the fact that disabled people are not seen as participatory actors and key stakeholders in the disaster risk reduction process, but are defined as vulnerable groups in need of assistance and protection only. The post-disaster or disaster response process in Turkey has also been a unique experience because after the disaster, an unprecedented network of volunteerism, solidarity, and cooperation was activated. It can be said that these networks were particularly effective in the disaster response process in the case of people with disabilities. Although disabled people and their families disabled people and their families have become more visible via social media after the disaster, particularly in the terms of addressing their needs. We can say that there were other problems in terms of communication. We know that personal photos have been circulated through social media, while the needs of people with disabilities are being met by individuals or communities trying to help them. Regardless of being met by individuals or communities regardless of the intention of the communication, this situation was often presented in a way that it could be hurtful to people with disabilities and their families. However, as it's seen as the quickest way for the most people to communicate these needs and receive assistance, it may not have given much emphasis. This shortcoming once again showed us the importance of structuring disaster risk communication for vulnerable groups in a way that respects people's rights, privacy, and dignity. In the light of this information and consideration, we list our suggestions for disaster risk reduction communication studies for people with disabilities as follows. First of all, caregivers of people with disabilities should be considered as active components of the communication process, and at the moment they are not. Secondly, disaster awareness and preparedness activities for people with disabilities and their caregivers should be inclusive, taking into account different forms of disabilities. To this end, accessibility of risk information should be ensured. For example, easy-to-read methods or alternative communication languages which are not common in the education of people with special needs in Turkey should be explored. To develop personal disaster plans for people with disabilities and their caregivers, trainings and content should be prepared, disseminated, and made accessible. This information should cover earthquake kits, initial precautions, and for people with disabilities, and special evacuation plans. People with disabilities and their caregivers should be informed of the contact details of the authorized organizations they should call in the event of a disaster and how to reach these organizations. This can be done through a dedicated communication line, a virtual application, or etc. These communication channels should be multilingual and should be accessible for different disability needs. Establishing a participatory, inclusive, and symbiotic disaster or risk communication plan in wide spectrum is crucial. Development in new communication technologies also have a great potential for risk communication with disabled people. Tools such as chatbots should be integrated in the communication process. The accessibility of these digital applications for different types of disabilities should be considered. In countries such as Turkey, where the care of people with disabilities is mainly provided at home and by the mothers, the socio-economical characteristics of women should be taken into account when developing the content. In Turkey, factors such as women's low access to basic education and/or limited experience of participation in social life increases the communication barriers faced by the families of people with disabilities. When designing disaster risk communication studies, measures should be taken to address the communication barriers faced by persons with disabilities and their families. For example, training in disaster management, disaster communication, and disaster and risk planning should be included in open secondary school programs and awareness raised. Educational institutions and rehabilitation centers where people with disabilities are educated can be used as an important tool for training care given in disaster risk communication. In addition, for example, some platforms like WhatsApp, Telegram, and Facebook groups created by mothers and specialized teachers can facilitate solidarity during a disaster. Staff and institutions providing education to disabled people should be involved in the disaster risk reduction communication process. Risk communication training with the teachers in these educational institutions can be regularly renewed, and people's knowledge on the subject can be kept alive. A specialized group of staff with expertise in disability, inclusively emergency management, involved in search and rescue, intervention and rehabilitation processes should be organized and trained in the communication needs of these people. Disaster risk communication activities within disaster risk reduction programs should take into account the unique structure and characteristics of different regions, and in this context, tailor risk information communication materials. In order to achieve this inclusiveness and integration, it is important to involve experts and competent people who have a good knowledge of the region in disaster risk reduction activities. And lastly, NGOs and organizations. Sorry, I think I didn't use the PowerPoint very effectively, but NGOs and organizations of people with disabilities should be included in the process as one of the key stakeholders and active participants in the disaster management cycle, so that the needs could be included in all plans, programs, and protocols, preparations and implementations of disaster risk reduction, and the inclusiveness of activities should be strengthened. I think I finished it in 15 minutes. I was a bit quick, and thank you very much for listening.
You were on time. Thank you very much. A really nice presentation. You shed light on a neglected public in the literature, that of the vulnerable citizens. We have few minutes for questions. If anyone from the audience wants to pose a question, this is the time. I think I will make a question. You mentioned about social media like Telegram, like WhatsApp. Do you think social media is the appropriate channel for reaching out to these citizens? For example, Facebook or TikTok or Instagram?
And indeed, I think it is, because most of the disabled people who are, I mean, it depends on the type of your disability. I mean, for example, some disabled people who have no mental problems, but they are just dependent to the bed or a wheelchair, using social media very effectively. But indeed, we mostly in our research focused on the people, caregivers, the parents who are using mobile apps more frequently. So, as I mentioned, it seems a bit unethical to use social media to reach people, to seek for help. But in Turkish case, in these 9 interviews we made, we have seen that indeed most of them reached the help via social media, which seems not the most efficient or ethical way. But unfortunately, in our case in Turkey, in this earthquake, most of the people with disabilities reached help via Twitter. And also I can say that before this earthquake, we didn't even have an idea about that disabled people need different information during a crisis. I mean, as not as a professor, but as a citizen, I was following, my colleagues were following Twitter, and then suddenly we were aware that there are disabled people there and they have different needs. And after that, we have decided to study about the communication information need of disabled people, and it took our interest, and I think now it will be one of our main topic interests in the future. So that's why, yes, I think social media can be used, not ethical, but effective.
Thank you very much. Very interesting finding. Thank you. So we can move now to the next presentation and the last for this session. We have Anna Fokaevs and Kalliopi Sapountzaki from Harokopio University of Athens, and they're going to present us their study about educated youngsters' risk perception and seismic preparedness, lessons from crisis communication in the case of earthquake-prone Greece. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, let me
perfect.
share my screen. Is everything okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Well, my name is Anna Fokaevs. I am a PhD student at the Department of Geography at the Harokopio University of Athens. My supervisor is Professor Kalliopi Sapountzaki, and we will discuss about the seismic risk perception and preparedness against earthquakes of educated youngsters in Greece. This work is realized for the purposes of my PhD thesis, and the thesis is absolutely relevant to the topics discussed in this conference. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you all. Now let me describe the structure of the presentation. We are going to begin with a short reference on the theoretical background on which our assumptions were made, and specifically for the effect of risk perception to disaster preparedness, as well as the determinant factors. And then the focus on earthquake risk and students will be explained. The research queries will be presented next, and then we will analyze the methodology we have approached to respond to these queries, and specifically for the we will refer to the survey we have created, and we will end up with conclusions and proposals for seismic communications, for crisis communication strategies. To begin with the theoretical assumptions, there is actually a link between risk perception and preparedness behavior. This has been well documented in the literature. Risk perception has two dimensions, the emotional and the cognitive one. Risk as emotions is described by the affect heuristic when people rely on their emotions rather than on solid information while they are making a decision. And the cognitive dimension represents people level of knowledge and understanding, and incorporates logic, reason, information, disaster knowledge, and objective assumptions. And here is an illustration of the variables of seismic risk perception and the impact on preparedness and response. This was elaborated for the needs of this work. In our study, risk perception is described in terms of worry, past experience, disaster knowledge, and the impact of these variables are investigated, as well as the impact of personal characteristics. We focus on earthquake risk, and why is that? Greece is an earthquake-prone country, and despite the shift of attention to climate-related hazards and pandemics worldwide, seismic hazard is always present and critical. And why focus on students? Well, students have the advantage of education. They are members of a large social network facilitating channels of communication. They are familiar with technology and modern communication. They can take advantage of this technology for communication reasons and can filter information and separate the scientific from the non-scientific content of it. They can understand uncertainty as a fundamental component of disaster risk. Now, here are our queries. Do youngsters share good knowledge on self-protection measures during a seismic crisis? Have they undertaken any preparedness protective actions? Does seismic risk protection motivate protection behaviors and preparedness? And how? Which are the communication preferences during a seismic crisis? And what is the level of trust towards competent authorities? To address our queries, an online survey has been conducted targeting the undergraduate and postgraduate students in universities in Greece. The sections of the survey are illustrating in this slide. Section 1 is about the profile of the participants. In section 2, basic and empirical knowledge of participants is discussed. Section 3 is about their level of worry. Section 4 is about the measures, and Section 5 is about communication preferences during seismic crisis. We have been able to collect 601 responses from May until June 2003, and you may see the link or the QR code where you can visit the survey. You can find it in Greek language. Now, regarding the profile of the participants, the majority were women. Most of responders aged from 18 to 25 years old, and most answers were collected by students of natural and physical sciences, technological and applied sciences. I'm sorry for that. I stopped sharing, I'm sorry. Here. Okay. Can you see now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'm sorry. Seismology, geophysics courses, possibly shaping participants' responses, were undertaken only by the 19.3% of participants. Regarding the hazard zone of residence, the majority of participants reported that they lived in areas of the lowest seismic hazard referred to the seismic hazard map of Greece. Moreover, all participants live in houses built after the first anti-seismic building regulation in Greece, that is in 1959. Now we move on to the section of participants' basic knowledge about earthquakes and earthquake disaster. It was found that they share good knowledge on the mechanism responsible for earthquake generation.
Sorry, there is a problem with the slides. They don't proceed.
Mm,
We are still on slide 8.
Did you move on to the next slide?
yes, I have, and I'm sorry. I have.
Okay, you have to share the screen, the screen, not the application of the PowerPoint.
Maybe
Oh,
I.
you can now.
What about now?
Yes,
Uh,
we have
if you go to the
to move to slide 9.
Can you see slide 9?
No, we are seeing slide 5.
Okay. Let me fix. Share. I believe you can see slide 9 now. Am I
Yes.
correct?
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Can you move to the next slide so we can see if everything's okay?
Okay. Can you see slide
perfect,
10?
perfect.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry.
Don't worry.
Well, it was found that they share good knowledge on the mechanisms responsible for earthquake generations, and they are aware of the fact that Greece and Turkey are among the most seismically active countries, among the 5 seismically prone countries in the European part of the Mediterranean region. A knowledge gap is detected, though. You can see the graph below regarding the severeness, the destructiveness of earthquakes. Now, knowledge often results from actual experience. In this regard, participants were asked if they have experienced strong earthquakes in the past. For those who did, that is the 42.1% of them, panic and fear were what they recollected more. Now, about the variable of worry. In these bar graphs, you can see the mean values of participants' worry in terms of frequency, about 9 different hazards. Participants are mostly worried about hazards related to fires, and followed by heat waves, drought, and earthquakes at almost equal level of worry, and pandemic diseases. We have found that females express higher level of worry about earthquake hazards. Which are the main sources of worry regarding seismic risks? Personal and family safety, as well as lack of trust and confidence in competent authorities. Efficacy is also highlighted as a major issue, as insecurity related to home damage and financial ability for repairing. Now we move on to the second section of the survey about the knowledge of the participants of preparedness and self-protection. We ask them to determine whether a specific action is correct or incorrect in the case of an earthquake event, while being indoors, that is this slide, and outdoors, shown in the next slide. What we find is that the most widely recommended protective action, that is drop, cover, and hold, is acknowledged by the majority of university students, and the same applies for the go to an open area and move away from the coast recommendations that will be shown in the next slide. However, a knowledge gap has been identified, and that is finding shelter under doorways and finding shelter after doorways, under doorways, and which is acknowledged as a correct action by more than half of the participants. Also, many participants consider calling their family on the phone as a correct answer to undertake in the case of an earthquake. While most participants acknowledge waiting for the 112 emergency message for instruction, there is an important number of participants who do not feel like waiting for the emergency message. In the case of experiencing an earthquake while being outdoors, participants know very well what to do, as already mentioned, except for the knowledge gap identified regarding the European emergency message. Now, we were interested to know what preparedness actions against earthquakes were undertaken by the students in the past. Participants were given these options summarized in the bar graphs, and 40% of them did took preparedness, at least one protective action. I wanted to say at least one protective action of low or no cost and easy to adapt, but still extremely vital, like an evacuation plan, followed by emergency supplies and fixing of hanging objects. Only 13.6% of the participants realized anti-seismic reinforcement of their houses, but there was no correlation between the age of their building of residence or the seismic hazard zone they lived in. What motivated these actions? That would be psychology factors and previous experience proved to motivate the undertake of protective actions. And still, 6% of the university students took no actions. 34.5% of them stated that they didn't know what necessary measures to take. And this was unexpected and may imply a lack of access to information or lack of trust in official recommendations. Now, as already mentioned, the concern about the current energy crisis is captured. Most of participants stated a preference on energy upgrade instead of anti-seismic reinforcement of their houses, highlighting the interest in permanent daily and long-term benefit rather than investing in protection against a catastrophic seismic event that might or might not occur. We move on to the section about communication preferences. During seismic crisis, we asked participants how do they choose to obtain information after an earthquake, and as expected, internet sources are the most proved to be the most popular means of receiving and sending information for youngsters. And regarding trust in getting information about protection guidelines, well, scientists followed by emergency operators are considered trustworthy for communicating this kind of information, and trust in competent authorities and public bodies at central, regional, and local levels tends to be lower according to the findings of our survey. Participants were asked what they would like to be informed about before any time of an earthquake emergency, among a set, again, of predefined options. More than half of them are mostly interested in being informed about the proper protective actions in time of earthquake emergency, as well as the ways to communicate and protect their family and friends, followed by precautionary measures. This is the final question, is about trust in earthquake predictions. Earthquake predictions are not considered trustful by most participants, regardless of the issuing source. Participants who do express trust in these announcements accredit the government as a credible and reliable source compared to other sources, and mouth-to-mouth predictions are considered as rumors by participants. The findings of our research led us to these conclusions and proposals. Many of them have been already highlighted by the invited talk of Professor Lawson. I'm going to read the conclusions. Seismic crisis communication strategies should address youngsters as a key component of the communication strategy, include separate and specific guidance for different population groups, for example, men, women, youngsters or all-aged, residents of low and high seismicity area. We find that there is need to encourage university students to develop a culture on disaster preparedness in proportion to the proneness of the seismicity of the region of their residents. There is need to include and communicate cases of personal experience with disasters in the campaigns for raising awareness, involve a wide range of scientists, and make sure that the public has access to the best scientific evidence and expertise, taking care not to confuse the public with their controversies. Reliability, consistency, and credibility of information and policies by the authorities during the normal periods contribute. This way, they contribute to their consideration as trustful sources in time of crisis. There is need for communication strategy on seismic risk to focus by priority on promoting a prevention culture in parallel with the diffusion of knowledge on alternative and complementary preparedness actions. And given the popularity of internet sources, there is a necessity for quality and reliability control of the information posted on social media. That is, thank you all for your patience.
Very much. It was a really insightful presentation, and I think you had a rich questionnaire, and you collected
yes, and we were very glad for having 6,000 students to participate.
A good sample, yes.
Yes, it was a good sample.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
So we can move to the questions, if we have any questions for Anna. Okay, I will have a question. I have a question.
Also,
you mentioned in your sample that the students were mainly from natural and physical sciences and technological and applied sciences. Do you think, I was wondering if our students from the social sciences and the communication studies will have a different risk perception compared to the students that you examined? It would be interesting to see whether they differ in their perceptions.
We will not be able to see this in detail. I'm trying to find how many. What was the sample of? Let me see.
For example, I believe that
it was only 20% of the participants coming from human, social law and political sciences. I think that only the courses regarding earthquakes and geophysics could shape the answers of the participants in terms of, for example, earthquake predictions, or for example, what to do during an earthquake. But I still think that campaigns regarding protections or protection during an earthquake, or awareness campaigns, or even drills may be organized systematically in universities. I know this is a very popular way to is a very common way, sorry, to raise awareness during among students. I think that to answer your question, I believe that courses of geophysics and seismology may shape the knowledge of the dimension of knowledge of the element of the knowledge of the participants. But no, I believe that there is no impact on the other
So there's
variables.
No difference. Okay. Because I think that, and this is what the research could show, for example, our students do not have the knowledge about the proneness of Greece to earthquakes. I believe that
Yes.
The students of your department could have a greater knowledge on this subject. So to my mind, there will be a difference, but okay, if you saw it in the data that you analyzed, okay, I think you answered my question. Thank you very much.
It is. I think also if the students are young people, they have not experienced a destructive earthquake like, for example, I did, and I recall. But it was proven from our findings that they do share good knowledge, even if they do not come from a department that is absolutely have to do with natural sciences. That's what I think.
Thank you very much. Professor Sapoudaki?
Yes, I would like a very interesting question. And of course, we can never be sure what would be the results if the sample was different. But you have to take something into account. A large part of the sample that originated from natural sciences was from our geography department, meaning that the social science perspective is also included, because in geography we have human geography, including social science. We have physical geography and also applied geography, meaning that some of the participants in the questionnaire had an orientation towards the social science perspective, and they were not so much knowledgeable with the physical science knowledge and information. So, of course, if the sample was different, we may had some different replies, especially with regard to specific queries. But you have to take into account that, in fact, the social science, the students with social science knowledge and lack of knowledge regarding natural sciences is actually different than the diagrams show. I don't know if I have become clear.
Yes, very much. We can conduct a comparative analysis with our students.
Yes,
we can
of course.
take from our students and we can compare our findings. Thank you very much. It was a really interesting discussion. And I think we are done with this session. I would like to thank all the presenters for their presentations. and for their insightful findings. Our next session follows in about 20 minutes and will be led by Professor Maria Macciola from the University of Western Macedonia. And the title of the session is New Technologies in Crisis Communication. So stay tuned for the second session of our conference. Thank you very much.
Maybe you could try, Eleni, could you try and move to the next slide to see how it goes?
Just a second, please. Okay, here we are.
Here we are.
The same.
It has the same artifacts. I think that at the moment we won't be able to resolve them. If they do not cause any trouble, meaning hiding any of the information, we could proceed maybe.
Okay, yes, if it will
Okay.
hide any.
Okay,
Now it hides
yes,
it.
now
Yes,
it
hides
creates a
the
problem. Okay.
Do you want to maybe try with my PDF version of the presentation? It might be better, I'm not sure, but I have used the PowerPoint version right now.
Okay, let's see, maybe it's better this way.
Okay, just a second, please. Mhm. Mm.
Would you like to stop sharing in order to start again, because we are still seeing the initial presentation?
Yes. I
Okay.
started it. So, just a second. For some reason, it doesn't let me. Sorry about that.
So you will figure it out. Okay.
I'll start now to share my screen again. Okay, is it better now?
Could you make it full screen? Again, there's this kind of artifact because I don't know, it's maybe through network connection. However, it's better, it's much better. And
Okay.
I don't know, Ioana, are you okay with this? Can you go on with?
Yes, for me it's okay. We
Okay.
can go on in order not to waste our time and for the
Okay.
other presenters.
So you may begin.
Okay, just a second.
Yes. So hello today. We are Ioanna Georgescu and Eleni Halikopoulou. We are both PhD candidates in the Department of Journalism and Mass Media Communication in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. And today we will talk about our research and our paper on new technologies and big data, crowdsourcing, and risk and crisis communication. So first of all, it's important to acknowledge the rise of the technological advancements in crisis communication. This has led to the integration of emerging technologies, which reshape how crises are managed and communicated. More specifically, the last few years, we have seen the use of augmented reality, of crowdsourcing, and big data analytics. Eleni? So, some definitions, first of all, about the augmented reality. It's important to know that the real-time overlays for critical information in emergencies. Some applications is to visualize disaster zones, to assist with the victim locations, and to provide public updates. It has, as we said, been used in the natural disasters and in the health crisis like the COVID-19. Another important issue is the crowdsourcing and crisis communication for gathering and validating data from public contributions like the USAHID and OpenStreetMap for mapping crises. The public collaboration is also important with journalists and NGOs to report real-time situations when a crisis is happening. And finally, the crowdsourcing helps to have a collaborative crisis management through this data collection and visualization. And the last technology that we include in our research is the big data, where tools like Twizident and OpenStreetMap can monitor social media, can be used. The applications of them is about tracking crisis development, to identify the population that have been affected from a crisis, and to support the data-driven journalism.
Thank you, Anna. I hope that everyone is hearing me now. So the purpose of this study and the research questions have been identified in the following way. First of all, we're going to examine the role of such technologies in fostering collaboration and engagement among audiences, journalists, and NGOs, and the impact on European media and NGOs. For example, we would like to evaluate the effectiveness of augmented reality, crowdsourcing, and big data, and enhancing public engagement, transparency, and crisis responsiveness. So we have created two research questions: how these technologies actually can be effective in a crisis communication field, and enhance management within the European Union, particularly among media organizations and NGOs. And the second one has to do with how do these technologies improve public engagement and collaboration between citizens, journalists, and NGOs during crisis management efforts. In order to answer to these questions, we have a particular methodology. Our research employs a case study approach following Creswell's definitions of case study research, which is actually a qualitative method involving in-depth data collection from multiple sources, such as observations, interviews, reports, documents, etc. So our approach is dedicated to our purposes, and we can actually use it to answer the how and why questions that we have suggested above. And by utilizing this method, our study is able to explore complex phenomena in real-world contexts, allowing for a comprehensive understanding of the cases and the sample actually under investigation. Our case studies are Al Jazeera's use of augmented reality to report on Gulf Cooperation Council crisis, and Center of Information Resilience Eyes on Russia project that tracks Russia's invasion of Ukraine through crowdsourcing, and Al Jazeera's use of static maps for Ukraine war reporting as well, utilizing big data from digital platforms. The criteria behind the selection of these studies are three. Those are all initiatives that have been developed by NGOs and European media organizations. They're case studies that incorporate emerging technologies, and they're case studies that address crises relevant to the EU public sphere, so they actually influence us in a more than one ways. So, Ioanna?
So our first case study is about the Gulf Cooperation Council crisis that was done by the news media organization Al Jazeera, especially in the 2017. We have a crisis of the blockade on Qatar by Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, and Egypt, leading to accusing Qatar of supporting terrorism, and this was denied by Qatar. So they have used the Al Jazeera, the augmented reality, for immersive real-time explanation of the crisis. We see here specifically the presenter and how it has been used, the AR technology. They have combined the traditional reporting with the new technologies, and this has led to enhanced viewer engagement and to be used as a tool of strategic communication for the blockade's impact on daily life and economy. Using this element of AR, they would be able, the citizens, the audience, to understand how this situation impacts their daily life through visualization. Lenny, do you want to?
Yes. The Eyes on Russia project has been developed by the Center of Information Resilience. The project began on January 2022, actually, in collaboration, of course, with open source intelligence organization to evaluate and track Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So it includes an interactive map that has been created by crowdsourced data provided by users through various tools. And there is a database of 20,000 verified photos and videos that have been developed, that have been used to create this map that you can see. So the users actually can engage with the map through search functions and verified data timeline. And of course, there are there are keyword filters, there are content categories that someone can use in order to navigate within this information. And actually, this project can enhance the data transparency and crisis understanding. And of course, it uses real-time and visual data that in general are able to manage crisis situations and promote actually effective solutions in such cases, in the case of communication. Al Jazeera's series of static maps has been created by Al Jazeera as well. It is the same concept. It visualizes the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and it uses big data through various digital platforms like OpenStreetMap, Mapbox, etc., in order to create an accurate static visualizations and illustrate key moments of the conflict. You know, users can actually engage with this. With stuff like that, but in an old way, in a more traditional way, because interactivity is actually achieved through hyperlinks, and users can explore visual troops of the movement, etc., by using their mobile apps, but there is no actual interactivity in this case. However, we do have real-time updates that improve the conflict understanding, and they actually aid decision-making for journalists and policymakers. and the public in general. Ioana?
We have done in our discussion and comparative case studies analysis, and what we have done is that what we have concluded is that the augmented reality in the Gulf cooperation crisis has used immersive visuals that enhance the understanding of Qatar's blockade, while at the same time the Ice on Russia project had used crowdsourced data that enabled real-time interactivity and global awareness. And the static map, they provided accuracy, but they lacked this real-time interactivity. And also we can say that also AR enhances comprehension. The crowdsourcing fosters inclusivity, and the static maps improves the clarity. I'm sorry. Crowdsourcing also leads to openness and trust building to the audience, and real-time tools like the AR and interactive maps can offer support during crisis responsiveness in order to be effective. Do you want to proceed with the key insights? So, some key points from our research is that AR can be used for interactive storytelling. It's a strategic asset, especially we have seen it also in disaster, like wildfire, two applications is the Wildfire AR and Quake Alert USA that have been used to manage disasters, crisis-like disasters, and for public health. Crowdsourcing can democratize crisis communication and enhance the collaboration and transparency, and has been used in the Australia bushfire in 2019 and 2020 in order to empower citizens and have a two-way information flow. And finally, we have the big data analytics for news reporting and enhancing transparency and collaboration. More specifically, The Guardian has used it during COVID-19, the big data, to track virus spread. Eleni, I think that's your turn also.
Yeah, this is the last one. Some future research suggestions include the evaluation of emerging technologies in the field of crisis communication, and particularly, I think that researchers should focus on ethical implications that, have to do with the challenges that big data and crowdsourced information might create. We also have to see how these applications are expanding in this context, because we have to focus on the evaluation of AR and crowdsourcing in natural disasters, health emergencies, etc. And we can also evaluate the impact on trust by assessing how AR, crowdsourcing, and big data influence public trust and responsiveness during a crisis situation. And we actually have to check the verification methods that NGOs and in general news organizations are using in such cases to verify user-generated content and related data, and the long-term effects, like, the investigation of the influence of such technologies in the social context, and of course in the field of communication, should also be examined in a more detailed way. So that's it. Thank you, and excuse us for these extra issues that we had.
Thank you.
Don't worry, we thank you for the interesting presentation. I should be so excused because Zoom has dropped me out of the about 1 or 2 slides at the end, because I heard your conclusions, but then I got lost for a minute or two, but now I am back. I heard the rest of the presentation. It was really interesting, and it is a very interesting subject, combining the new technologies with crisis communication. And you have combined 3 different categories of technology, crowdsourcing, big data, and AR in your study, in your research. So let me hear from the audience. Are there any questions that should be addressed to Ioana and Eleni regarding their presentation? Yes, Mrs. Christina Efthimiadi. Please switch on your microphone so we can hear you.
Yes.
Yes, now it's on.
Yeah, I think you can hear me now. Sorry. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was super interesting. I would really like to hear more about it. So if you can share any resources that you can explain more or share the presentation, super interesting. I have two questions. The first one is how reliable are these data? So we take this data in order to create the maps, right? So how reliable this is in showing the exact situation in the field? And the second is where are the data taken from? And we heard a little bit about crowdsourcing, big data, but can you elaborate a little bit on the technology behind that? Thank you.
Whoever wants to reply, either Eleni or Ioana.
Joanna, do you want to answer the first one? And actually, I will use the second one, if you are okay with this.
Yes, about the about the sources and the how where to find more information about our research. To be sincere, I will lead you to read our paper because we cannot. The presentation was small. The paper was really big in contrast with the presentation, so I cannot give you right now. I don't want to give you right now because it will take a lot of time to tell you that we do this and this and this. But you can read our paper that will be, we think that it will be published. So I think that this responds to you, but I don't want to elaborate more right now in order to proceed with also with the other presentations and with the other questions that we may have.
Sure, no problem. Yeah.
The second one, there is a small short answer, but it's not like, the big issue. The big issue here has to do with the fact that news media and NGOs actually have communities of volunteers. So they actually exploit users' data from LinkedIn, from Twitter. For example, the Eyes on Russia project actually has to, scan and use data from Twitter accounts. But the big question here, and the main point of the future research studies, is how do these media actually evaluate their sources? When you have to do with so many users on social media, you don't know what to select and why. And there is not like, an holistic answer that says this user, spreads useful content, which is reliable enough to use it, and the other one does not. And the second point is that when you have to do with volunteers, in some cases you have not, these people actually have nothing to do with experts. So that means that, okay, yes, we do have social media and we can track them and we can use all related information to create very powerful AR, strategies by using those analytics to see how people would like to consume their content. And in my case of big data or in crowdsourcing as well, we have to do with a huge amount of data that is actually categorized in a database that neither me nor you would be able to know how these organizations actually, categorize this type of information. So when you have to do with unstructured data and with huge amounts of information, there is no, an holistic answer that says, we have taken this data from here or this data from here, because no one, and neither media organizations, do have the money, let's say, to do all this job and, clarify if such information is 100% accurate. However, this doesn't mean that we should not, that we should criticize such efforts. They are very useful, but, there are some issues here. I hope that I answered.
Sure. And so would you say then that that would be beneficial to have some more work on the filtering actually of this data, on how do we filter the data so we make them more reliable?
Not only on the filtering, you need experts.
The filtering can be performed by experts. It's not only a procedure that is mainly, I'm sorry, because it is in my field of expertise also. The filtering is not just performed by equipment, meaning by software or analyzing through analysis, but is also performed by experts as well. Furthermore, the software are being developed by in collaboration with experts in order to filter as the best possible way to take all the results. However, since we are a bit off the schedule, I would try to keep this interest by the end of the session, if we do have more questions, in order not to let our researchers, our fellow researchers here waiting for their presentation, since I know there is a track of time for all of us. So we keep this discussion going and continue it as soon as we finish with the other presentations as well. So Ioana and Eleni, thank you very much. And you will be here until the end of the session, at least. So we can move on to the next presentation. Therefore, we are moving to the presentation titled Organizational Resilience in the Digital Era, Leveraging Social Media Platforms for Crisis Communication by Ana Matias, Ezel Turk, and Ana Lopez, if I say it correct, from the Polytechnic University of Viseu, Portugal, and the Istanbul University, Turkey. As I can see from my screen, Ana Matias, you are the one that we will be presenting the next presentation. So the floor is yours. You can share us your screen and start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope it is running smoothly.
We can see the PowerPoint not in the presentation mode. Yes, now it's in the presentation mode. If you would like to move to the next slide so we can see that everything runs correctly. Yes, it's okay. So we go on from the beginning.
Thank you. Thank you. So, dear colleagues and students, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to join you all, even if remotely. I'd like to start by thanking the Gemini Share on Crisis Communication for this opportunity to share our insights. Our work is titled Organizational Resilience in the Digital Era, Leveraging Social Media Platforms for Crisis Communication. We are, as you said perfectly well, Ana Matias and Ana Lopes from Viseu, Portugal, and also our colleague Ezel Turk from Istanbul University. Regarding the conceptual framework for crisis communication, we'd like to point here some important aspects regarding all the contemporary challenges we are facing due to technological advancements and shifts and the swift shifts in communication and the growing prominence of new media in the 21st century. And the fact is that crises and their management are projected to increase regarding unpredicted crises. So the Institute for Crisis Management referred that in a 2020 report. And so there is a need for proactive and responsive strategies. And that means that essential elements to deal with the crisis and to manage the crisis are transparency, consistency, and timeliness in messaging. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to take this out of here. Okay, now it's okay. And stakeholder engagement and media management are also very important. So we try to focus, first of all, in the analysis of best practices and crisis communication, and also in creating a coding categorization for future empirical analysis. Yes. Okay, so regarding the initial conceptualizations, we know there are a lot of different approaches to the idea of crisis communication, but I believe we can say it is the process of conveying information to stakeholders during crisis. This is a very simple definition, but I think it is the beginning of the idea we want to share today with you. So if we think about the situational crisis communication theory by Timothy Coombs, it aligns the response strategy with the crisis type. And it also uses proactive and reactive elements. That means we are speaking about proactive elements when we prepare, when we think about the risk assessments, and we prepare and we plan a pre-crisis plan for everything that is going to happen on the following phases. But we have also to think about how to react during the crisis and how to address them during those most difficult and hard times for the organizations. So we must say that crisis communication is absolutely vital to organizations. The pandemics, if not other problems in the world, but the pandemics show that this is very important, and many situations, unexpected situations, will have benefits from crisis communication and its plans, because it enhances organizational resilience and recovery. It can protect the reputation and also foster stakeholder trust. It can enable swift and accurate responses to all the misinformation that exists nowadays. And it is also critical in managing public perception and in maintaining credibility. So we may say that the objectives of crisis communication are, first of all, to protect and manage the organization reputation, to provide accurate and timely information, to engage our stakeholders and to foster future collaboration, and to communicate all the recovery plans, and this way to reinforce our accountability. Regarding the moments, the phases of a crisis, we all know that there are three vital moments in a crisis, which are the before, during, and after moments. So before the crisis, there are many important things that must be done so that when the crisis arrived, we are prepared and we can calmly deal with the situation. That means to establish clear communication goals. What is the important thing to say to our organization regarding our reality? That means maintaining public trust to protect reputation and ensure that business goes on smoothly. Also, we have to identify and analyze our key stakeholders. That means employees, customers, media, regulators, or other stakeholders, depending on our reality. Also to assess potential risks and our vulnerabilities, that means internal and external threats, and to make scenario planning. We also have to choose effective communication channels. They can be such as official websites, press releases, social media, but we have to adapt them carefully regarding the different stakeholders we want to speak with. Almost in the ending this section, we have to develop a crisis manual. It means we have to write down the procedures, the templates, and all the protocols we must follow during a difficult time for the organization. And we have to form and train our crisis communication team. So I believe these are the most important moments during or in the moment before a crisis. But when the problem arrives, we have to be prepared, and we have to act accordingly. So that means we will have to activate a predefined team to create a response and coordinate all the actions. We have to, as soon as possible, issue an initial statement. We have to acknowledge the crisis promptly and be transparent. And to maintain our most adequate communication channels, we can use the website, the press release, the social media for important and relevant updates. And we have to also to monitor and counter misinformation, which is one of the big issues we are facing today. We also have to provide frequent updates and also designate trained spokespersons. So in order to handle media and all the stakeholder inquiries with consistency and calmness, which is difficult to have in these situations. Also important is to monitor sentiment and media, and we have many platforms and software that can help us with this task nowadays in order to track public and media reactions, and also, but also important to show empathy. We have to admit our mistakes, offer sincere apologies, and outline all the time corrective actions. So after the crisis, we have to debrief and we have to evaluate. We must, together with the crisis communication team, conduct an important systematic review. We have to identify the lessons we must learn from that situations and also highlight honestly the areas which need improvement. So we can, after this, refine the crisis communication plan based on these findings. We also have to report. We have to report with our internal and external stakeholders. That means we have to talk about the actions we took, the outcomes we achieved, and how are we going to act prevently in the future. And last, we have to restore the public confidence in general. That means we have to take steps in order to ensure future preparedness and to communicate with all the audiences in a general way. So we must, I think we can resume this to 4 R's, which are to be ready before the crisis, to respond during the crisis, and to recover and restore after the crisis. And regarding the essential tools for crisis communication, we believe that combining offline and online tools for effective crisis response is the best way to deal with the situation. That means we shall use all the time offline and digital tools, paying attention, of course, to the situation and the moment where we are in. So we must have this crisis communication plan, as we mentioned before. We also have to count on templates and kits with messaging templates, press releases, media kits. All these things must be prepared in advance. Also, the classic press releases, media briefings, press conferences, etc., are all important. Maybe we shall have a hotline or a call center to deal with inquiries and doubts from our general public. Also, we must have all the printed materials, and we can count on stakeholder meetings also to help us. Regarding the digital tools, we can mention the chatbots for direct and quick communication, the apps in order to aid and reduce uncertainty, the website updates, or the creation of a landing page for that specific situation. We also have to count on email communication, on social media for quick dissemination of information, and on monitoring tools to track news and sentiment. And this is a relatively new tool we have, which can help us to deal with the situations, adjusting the strategies based on real-time feedback. So it is essential to have a balanced approach to crisis communication. We believe that integration of traditional and digital tools is essential to, first of all, to detect early signs of crisis. We can make that by using social media trends, for instance. We can use real-time feedback to adapt our strategies, and with this combined strategy, we can also ensure consistent updates to all the stakeholders and media. Speaking specifically about social media and digital environments, this is the role of social media in crisis management. This is, first of all, important for the rapid dissemination of information. They are important to facilitate transparency and prompt actions. They can also address rumors, correct misinformation, and deliver regular updates, which we can pre-organize. They can also help us diffusing negative sentiment and clarifying misunderstanding. It enables interactive communication, for example, with direct responses to questions and all the concerns that are addressed to us. And they can also allow individuals to connect, to share experiences, or to show empathy during a difficult situation. So our practical approach to the situation was, first of all, having in mind the SCCT by Timothy Coombs, which categorizes crisis response strategies based on crisis characteristics. But after that, many authors and researchers have worked on this theme, and strategies for apologies, transparency, image repair, or corrective action can be adapted to our nowadays world of social media. So based on literature, and we had to count, of course, on Coombs, but also Benoit, Liu, Cameron, etc. We created a coding categorization for crisis communication on social media, and this is what we intend to offer by now. Our key metrics, which we decided to include in our coding category, was the message type, word message type, the tone of the content itself, the audience, which it aims to, which is aimed to, the frequency of the communication and the posts, the timing, and the type of engagement. So this is the result of our deep or comprehensive data collection and the creation of our own coding categories. We can see the broader categories on the left and the subcategories on the right regarding the message type, the tone, the content of the posts put on social media by the organizations, also the target audience, the frequency and the timing, and the engagement metrics. And it includes likes, reactions, shares, retweets, replies, and also the sentiment of the comments, which can be in general positive, negative, or neutral. So the fact is that social media has changed crisis communication, and social media can in fact provide us various tools for media monitoring and evaluation, such as Google Analytics, Facebook Insights, or Twitter Analytics, but also platforms for social listening like Brandwatch, Hootsuite, Mention, or Buzz Monitor, for example, are also critical to the success of a crisis communication plan. So our key insights at this moment are that crisis communication is the key to our organization's resilience, but it requires proactive preparation, transparent response, and a reflective recovery. So regarding the preparation, it involves the risk assessments, crafting the plan, and training the response teams. During the response phase, it is important, it is vital to have transparency, timeliness, and consistency. So organizations must issue clear sentiments, provide updates all the time, monitor public sentiment, and ensure unified messaging. In the recovery phase, post-crisis evaluations are necessary, sharing the lessons we learned from that situation and implementing improvements. Also, specifically, digital tools and social media have revolutionized crisis communication because they enable real-time interaction, they combat misinformation, and they can reach much wider audiences. And platforms like Facebook, Instagram, or X, they offer two-way engagement. Also, at the same time, tools like Google Analytics and Hootsuite provide sentiment monitoring, and they can refine the strategy we are using at any moment. So we believe that integrating traditional methods with digital tools allows for a balanced crisis response because it ensures a broader reach, it can provide real-time updates, the personal engagement and accessibility for diverse audiences, which may not be so connected to digital tools as, for example, younger generations. We believe that balance is the key. So thank you very much for your attention, and we are available for any discussion or questions.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for the complete and explanatory presentation. So we've learned a lot of things regarding how you performed your research and how on the topics that you deal with, which are very interesting, and they really matter in times of crisis to have to be able to be prepared, to be to respond and to understand the whole procedure, the 4 hours that you mentioned. I'm sorry, I'm missing some at the moment, but it is really important. I would like to ask our audience if there are any questions regarding this presentation. Okay, I do not see anyone from the audience. I would like to ask something myself. You were mentioning a few times the sentiment measuring and the sentiment realization through social media postings, as I understand correct. And you said that the key metrics, among the key metrics was the tone of the message. These are monitored by people, or they are monitored by software? Meaning, how do you know what the meaning? Because the question is because there's a large volume of social media messages to be monitored by even a group of people. So I assume that you have special software designed to find out the sentiments of the users.
Yeah, thank you so much. That is an important question. In fact, in Portugal, and the tool I use most commonly is Buzz Monitor. It is a company based in Brazil, but it has also Portuguese enterprise. And the fact is that all the others work in the same way, of course, but they can provide us with their service, okay? And they do those sentiment analysis for us. For example, I usually use an example with my students regarding Primavera Sound Festival. I don't know if you know that. It is an international festival during summer. Mm-hmm. And the organizers of the festival decided it was important for them to know in real time what people were speaking about regarding the festival. So they made an adjustment, they made an agreement with this company, Buzz Monitor, and Buzz Monitor monitored the public sentiment a few days before the festival, during the festival, and after the festival. And they can provide us, they can provide the organizers of the festival with numbers like number of likes, tweets, reactions, of course, but also with the words that people were mentioning on their comments. And they create like kinds of a cloud of words, you know, a cloud of words. And the most mentioned words are in bigger letters or in red letters, because that was the thing people were most mentioning about, for example, that day of the festival. So, for example, there was one day with there was a problem with one of the stages, and people were kind of a bit angry and were mentioning, oh, this was not good because of the stage, and stage was one of the main mentioned words. So these platforms can provide us with real-time information about what people are saying about us. And this is very important. We can see if people are very mad, very angry, or are, happy with us, and we can adjust our strategy. This is very, very useful.
No, it is really, really, really useful, and thank you very much for clarifying how this can be done, how this can be achieved. This is done in Portuguese because you mentioned that Buzz Monitor, or in English?
No, Buzz Monitor is a Portuguese written company, but there are many others. For example, Hootsuite can do this also, but there are many other companies which work with English as the basic language. But the methodology is the same.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you really for the information provided and the presentation.
Thank you.
So we can move on to the last presentation of this session, which is entitled "The Role of Artificial Intelligence in Predicting and Preventing Crises," by Konstantinos Kalemis, who is a member of the National Center for Public Administration and Local Government from Greece. Mr. Kalemis, you're here. Yes, I can see you now because I have a smaller screen. If it is okay, if you're ready, you can start your presentation. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes, can I share my presentation?
Yes, of course. You can share your presentation and start presenting. Thank you.
I hope that we can see clearly my presentation.
Yes, I can. Could you please change the slide so we can see that everything goes correctly? Yes, I saw the second one for a short period, but this means that it can be done. Thank you so much. You can start.
I will try not to take much of your time. After all, much of the stuff I'm going to say to you and share with you is already mentioned. I would like firstly to thank Professor Triantafyllidou for the opportunity given me to be today with you and share some ideas and some research findings. This presentation represents a work in progress, the role of artificial intelligence in predicting and preventing crisis. And this is a result of the involvement of artificial intelligence in many of our today aspects. Meaning, when we speak about artificial intelligence, we speak about the transformation it's able to be done in the field of crisis management. How that can be done? It can be done by data-driven analytics. Artificial intelligence has the power to process vast amount of data in a very, very, very short time, and through that can identify early indicators of risks and trends. This capability extends across critical sectors, including healthcare, environment, economy, offering tailored solutions to diverse interconnected challenges. Also, by its power to, let's say, to go ahead these indicators, we speak for deep search in risk of healthcare, environment, and the economy as a result in all this. So, the predictive power of artificial intelligence lies in use of advanced algorithms to forecast a wide range of crises, extending from natural disasters to economic instability. Techniques like machine learning and neural networks and deep learning enable artificial intelligence systems to detect patterns in data that may not be visible to human eye. This system enhances foresight, allowing governments, organizations, institutions, communities to implement predictive measures and allocate resources effectively. If we speak about real-time data processing, then artificial intelligence is the top in the area because it can enable dynamic and accurate crisis responses. As we said, through techniques like anomaly detection and pattern recognition, it can identify emerging threats as they are unfold. For example, during a pandemic, artificial intelligence can analyze patient records The most recent examples was about a year ago in Central Africa, where we have the Ebola infection with artificial intelligence patterns and plans. They have pre-identified the areas where this disease will be expanded. So they try to limit it before the results. And the results of the medicines were correct because the spread of the virus have been closely and timely located. If we speak about crisis, artificial intelligence in natural disaster predictions, then we speak about the ability to analyze environmental data, making it a vital tool in this area. Artificial intelligence can integrate satellite imagery, Internet of Things sensor inputs, meteorological data, models that can forecast events like hurricanes, floods, earthquakes with impressive accuracy. Of course, it's not the magic ball that can give us the future, but can give us points to identify what can be done, comparing all data to most recent data we have. These predictions can give the opportunity to communities and governments to crucially time to evacuate, protect, and mobilize resources. Moreover, it can give insights to extend to mitigating the long-term impacts of natural disasters. About health, except the example we just mentioned, artificial intelligence can revolutionize public crisis management by enabling better monitoring, resource allocation, and predictive modeling. During disease outbreaks, these systems can analyze epidemiological data to identify hotspots and track transmission patterns, meaning that we can find the targeted area and make containment measures. Tools like artificial intelligence-driven dashboards provide health officials with real-time updates, enhancing situation awareness. Even more, if we can comply with drones, we can have an on-spot prediction and clear view in real time. And in economic stability, the role is very pivotal because economic stability by analyzing complex financial data is very, very important in market trends, trade patterns, and global economic indicators. In this area, artificial intelligence can identify early warning signs of recessions, inflation, or disruptions. These insights empower policymakers and businesses to take proactive measures, stabilizing economies and protective probably vulnerable populations. Then, on the other hand, when we speak about public engagement crisis, this can be done through advanced communication tools and analytics. Techniques like sentiment analysis enable authorities to gauge public concerns and adjust messaging strategies accordingly. Something more advanced than the 112 number. More advanced. Also, it can identify and counter misinformation, ensuring that accurate information reaches communities during critical moments. On the other hand, at the moment, it is in an experimental method, an application in Android phones at the moment, that artificial intelligence tools can create and make a pre-diagnosis of a weather excess event in some specific areas quite vulnerable or quite close to rivers or sea about flood. Then we have the ethical challenges. Whenever we have the involvement of artificial intelligence, and especially in management, then we have ethical considerations. Privacy concerns arise when collecting and analyzing personal data, especially when we speak about health and security contexts. Ensuring that data users complies with legal and ethical standards, it's critical to maintain public trust and, as a step ahead, safeguarding individual rights. Algorithmic bias and accountability are additional challenges that must be addressed. We have plenty of examples of that artificial intelligence models do not recognize nations, color of people, and things like this, and they speak in a very neutral language. Sometimes they make some problems in gender considerations. This is under process to be eliminated as a problem. On the other hand, we have that artificial intelligence is quite close to as a resource to optimization and logistics. How that is possible? During emergency, this capability ensures that essential resources such as food, medical supplies, personnel are distributed efficiently and equitably. By reducing wastage and delays, artificial intelligence tools can enhance the effectiveness of crisis in effort response. Then we have the future directions in artificial intelligence. The role is the explainable artificial intelligence, which enhances transparency by making models, decision-making processes more understandable to humans, fostering trust among stakeholders. Federated learning addresses data privacy concerns by enabling collaborative artificial intelligence training without sharing specific sensitive information. Then, as a conclusion, we can say that artificial intelligence represents the paradigm shifting in how crises are managed, offering unparalleled predictive accuracy and response speed. It can empower decision makers to anticipate, mitigate, and recover from crisis more effectively and in less time needed. Its application can span these diverse sectors, demonstrating its transformative potential. And as a final thought, the successful adoption of artificial intelligence in crisis management requires collaboration among researchers, policymakers, and practitioners. At the moment, it is under continuous research and innovation that must define all its tools to ethical challenges. Looking ahead, I can say that its potential to transform crisis management is immense. By addressing current limitations, artificial intelligence can foster global partnership, can unlock new opportunities to build resilient societies. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm free to ask whatever I can share with you.
We thank you, Mr. Kalenis, for your collective presentation of AI in so many different fields and their application, the applications, the AI applications in so many different fields and how they can help in enhancing communication and furthermore, besides communication, prediction of patterns and and maybe suggesting proactive measurements, as you said. I would like to ask the audience if there are any questions on the presentation of the role of artificial intelligence in predicting and preventing crises. Okay, well, one short question. I heard that you mentioned AI in Android applications, if I'm correct, regarding weather prediction. If I'm correct, this is done in a collaborative way with the main models of the main meteorological models of preventing weather.
At the moment, there is under experiment and in, let's say, in the research area, the use of artificial intelligence software, based software, in drones and in robots, which can go in specific areas, either in the height or in the ground. It's very risky for people to go there.
Okay.
Toxic or radio energy or things like that. And then they can collect data in real time. On the other hand, this software can be connected both to drones and robots and can provide first aid to people who have been in the area before the personnel comes there.
before the first respondents, the drones can be of aid.
The problem, the situation, the risk area gives a specific report what is all about, how much or how less is the risk, and then the people who is responsible to act do it accordingly.
Okay, that's very interesting. That's very helpful. That's very useful for.
I would like to say something, but it's 1 year in advance. Next year in Arta will be a showcase of this result.
Okay, that's very interesting.
It will be a whole week there in Arta, in the secondary education department, who will organize the event. And we have this as a field, let's say, opportunity to see.
Please let us know. Send us an invitation. Send us something for our friends, our colleagues, researchers here that do not know what Arta is. Arta is a town in the western part of Greece. It's not a really large city, but it is a very well-known town here in Greece. And as Professor Kalem said, there will be this presentation. So we would like to know that.
We last for a whole week. It will be technologically and new technology week with artificial intelligence tools, applications, models, modeling, everything.
Okay. It's so nice to share this with us, and it's so interesting to know, so we may fix our schedules somehow and get to know all this. Yes, yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
We do. We appreciate that. Please share it with us, Mrs. Christina Efimiadis says also. It's very interesting for all of us. Thank you so much. So maybe we can find a way for you to share it with us, and we distribute it.
There. Why not?
Okay, very nice to know. Very, very, very nice and very useful. So since we are a bit over our time, I don't know if there is if someone wants to add maybe a final comment or a final something, a word or two. I don't see anyone. So we will have our break before the next session of crisis communication strategies in political context and emergency management organization. The chair of this session will be the assistant professor Stamatis Plakidakos from the Department of Communication and Digital Media. So our next appointment is by 4 o'clock here in Greece, by 3 in CET. So for the moment, I'm saying a short goodbye and see you in a few minutes. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you all.
So I think it's about time. We start. Hi everyone. I'm really glad to be here. I welcome you all to our last session for today in the crisis communication online conference of the Jean Monnet Chair. I want to thank my dear colleague Amalia Triantafyllidou for giving me this opportunity to moderate this really interesting panel entitled Crisis Communication Strategies in Political Contexts and Emergency Management Organizations. For the ones who don't know me, I'm Stamatis Poulakidakos. I'm an assistant professor at the Department of Communication and Digital Media at the University of Western Macedonia. And once again, I welcome you all in this evening session. Without further ado, in order to keep our program on track, I would like to welcome first, as I see them over here, they're already connected, Rudolf Metz and Veronika Kövesdi. I hope I didn't mispronounce that much the surname, who will talk us about the riding the crest of the flood wave online projection of charisma during floods in Hungary. They are both, as I see here, members of the Institute for Political Science, the Han Ren Center for Social Sciences, Corvinus University of Budapest, and Edward Laurent University of Budapest. So the floor is yours, guys. Thank you for being here, and I'm eager to listen to your really interesting presentation. I've read the abstract, that's why I think of that. I'm not saying that without evidence. So the floor is yours. You've got 20 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for introducing us. I'm going to handle the slides, but we are both going to be presenting, so I'm going to share the screen. I hope it is visible now.
Yes. Maybe you can put it
on full screen. On full screen mode, it would be better, I think. And try to, go to the next slide to make sure that the slides are changing. So, okay, yes. It works. It's okay. We can start.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present here today. I hope our presentation, our research will meet with your expectation. Anyway, as you heard, my name is Rudolf Metz, and we are from Hungary, and together with my colleague Veronika, we will share insights into our ongoing research and preliminary findings. Our study focuses on examining the impact of the recent floods in Hungary on the online portrait of charismatic leadership and crisis narratives by two prominent Hungarian politicians, namely Viktor Orbán and Péter Magyar. And in the future, we also want to analyze how these portrayals influence measured preferences through Facebook reactions. Leadership and communication are undeniably critical during times of crisis. Politicians try to capitalize on the heightened expectations and support of public, and this kind of phenomenon usually described as really around the flag effect. And moreover, we also have significant evidence that suggests a strong correlation between the subjective perception of a crisis and the attribution of charisma to leader. And in order to exploit the crisis politically, leaders should firstly project charismatic skills in order to present themselves as competent and caring crisis managers, and shape and manipulate the frame of the situation to legitimize their politics. In the next slide, you can see how we try to grab the concept of projecting charisma. Relatively few studies have explored the projection of charisma within the online space. And in order to conceptualize that, we relied on the leadership literature, and we differentiated four core dimensions. Firstly, leaders use social media to demonstrate their political and communication competencies. And these include giving speech, collaborating with experts or other politicians, attending official events, making public policy promises and decisions, and reporting on policy achievements. Secondly, they aim to build and expand their community by emphasizing shared cultural, historical, emotional, moral, and symbolic elements of identity. So posts often portray leaders as relatable and connected to their followers, for instance, by sharing photos with supporters or glimpses into their personal lives, such as exercising, eating, or spending time with their family. This is what we usually call as soft self-personalization in general. Thirdly, leaders also try to share their visions and goals. And finally, their posts often identify problems, crises, and assign responsibility to specific individuals or organizations. In the next slide, we try to conceptualize crisis building on my former research, and it is clear that that politics is inherently contingent, and this contingency can be understood through two distinct frameworks inspired by Machiavelli and Weber. I'm not going into the details, but let me highlight some key points here. Firstly, background contingency refers to external uncertainties that leaders must navigate to ensure public safety and maintain general order. In contrast, operative or operational contingency involves internal uncertainties that leaders deliberately create by framing social and political problems. This strategy aims to generate a political opportunity structure that benefits them. Either way, the definition of crisis remains central. Politicians leverage crisis narratives to legitimize their own politics and policies, while simultaneously delegitimizing alternative solutions. In the next slide, you can see our typology of crisis or political situations. In a normal state, low contingency prevails. Basic norms, institutions, and policies remain quasi stable and unthreatened. In contrast, external shock can increase background contingency, creating an urgent need to act or make decisions. In such situations, politicians typically rely on established instruments and procedures to address relatively well-known, well-understood problems. At the other extreme, politicians may deliberately escalate existing policy challenges or political conflicts to create domestic political crises. Examples include civil wars, or constitutional shifting or transitions. And finally, there are cases where despite originating from an external shock, one or more actors try to redefine, reinterpret the situation in order to create more power, more space to act accordingly. And based on this framework, our question, you can see in the next slide, our questions was how, which we try to answer, how Hungary and Prime Minister Viktor Orbán and his emerging challenger Peter Magyar adapted their charisma projection in response to the crisis. And we also try to explore how each leader employed distinct definitions of the crisis to justify their politics. And as I said, our analysis or our findings preliminary, so it's still forming. Thank you.
So as Facebook remains the most widely used platform for political communication in Hungary, we decided to use this platform to conduct a comparative visual and textual analysis of Prime Minister Viktor Orbán and Péter Magyar's communication during the 2024 flood. A little background on Magyar Péter Magyar, sorry, he's a relatively new opposition politician who was previously associated with the Fidesz party, and as a political actor he only started to take up his role in March, and then capitalizing on moral and economic crises and corruption scandals, he became rapidly popular. For example, according to the current polls, his recently established TISA party has more voter support than the governing party. So to demonstrate how they framed the crisis and used it to build their charisma, we examined contents of both the flood period and the period preceding it. That is 204 posts in total. And we've developed a codebook based on the theory presented by Rudolf. And the first step was to separate the emphasis on the problem from the presentation of the crisis. This was particularly important because Péter Magyar is an opposition leader, so part of his communication strategy is to draw attention to the country's current problems. So here we used a terminological approach. Posts were coded into the category of communicating about the crisis where there were specific words referring to it. For normal state of affairs, we have coded posts where no crisis appears, but as I've mentioned, problems can still be pronounced. For the exogenous shocks, the crisis comes from outside of the country, and there are no messages indicating, or there are messages indicating that it is handled optimally, as it should be. The next category, the crisis redefined, where posts included blaming or creating an image of the enemy, and there are indicators that magnify the crisis. The indigenously generated crisis is a situation that has arisen within the country, and the combination of which is taking place in the present or very recent past, caused by the errors of the current leadership. I would like to give some examples now. Péter Magyar's main message can be reduced to that the TC party supporters and civilians are working while the prime minister is not dealing with the crisis. This example shows how he emphasizes the seriousness of the situation while highlighting his own work on and drawing attention to the fact that he has not met with any official bodies, only civilians on the dikes. He also visually supports the fact that he's participating in work and in the community. Here we also see that without volunteers, the crisis management would not be successful, as the government is not efficient enough in mobilization. Moreover, the official bodies that should be carrying out this work are occupied with other less important tasks. In contrast with that, Viktor Orbán consistently emphasizes that despite the difficult situation, they'll solve it and everything is under control. Visually, he conveys the message that he is present in every site possible and consulting with experts to ensure that everything happens optimally. Here's another example that more explicitly conveys the same message, that the official bodies are in control of the situation and actively managing the crisis. The coding results of Peter Magyar post shows that during the flood, alongside the content portraying the crisis as an external shock and a manageable one, there was a significant number of posts aimed at redefining the crisis and emphasizing the government's incompetence. 30% of the posts fall into this category. Significant change is that the visual content showing communities surrounding him appeared in much greater numbers. Number of posts where he appears alone has decreased in almost a half. In contrast with that, Viktor Orbán framed the crisis as an external one and a manageable shock, and his charisma building strategy remained largely unchanged during this period, focusing on consistency and reinforcement his leader persona. However, we can also see a slight shift here as well towards the community emphasis, so there was a small increase in this kind of posts. In summary, during the 2000 floods in Hungary, Peter Magyar and Viktor Orbán's online communication strategies centered on a crucial question: does the state work effectively or not? And Magyar's approach was to highlight leadership through direct flood defense participation, represent and mobilize his community, and redefine the crisis to emphasize perceived government incompetence. Meanwhile, Orbán's strategy was to reinforce his established leader persona, portray the crisis as a difficult but manageable one, and emphasize optimal state functioning under his leadership. So this case study aimed to demonstrate how political leaders use this crisis to project charisma and influence public perception, adapting their communication strategies to either challenge or reinforce existing power structures. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you both guys. Thank you, Veronica and Rudolf, for your timely and really, really accurate, let's say, presentation in terms of this whole condition that you encountered. Actually, we have some really similar issues here in Greece as well, in Thessaly last year with floodings and in new lakes being resurrected after so many years due to the heavy rainfall and so on. These are all part of the climate crisis, of course, which is really interesting to consider the fact that even though that we are actually facing that kind of phenomena, in quite a few occasions, leaders, and I think, to be honest, that Orbán, I don't know Magyar that well, but I think that Orbán, up to a point at least, he belongs among the denials of the climate change, to be honest. But that's something that we can, discuss about later on. So, for the sake of the program, I propose that we carry on with the second and, of course, consequently, the third presentation. And after having finished all the presentations, then we will have a Q&A session in order, to further discuss, the findings and everything that any participant would like to discuss. So thank you both guys once again. We will come back to your presentation through the Q&A session. And I would like to ask Mr. Neophytos Aspriadis hi, Mr. Aspriadis, welcome. And you can actually share your screen if you want in the meantime. Mr. Neophytos Aspriadis from the Hellenic Open University will talk us about blame management and crisis communication in the case of Tembi, a really shocking incident here in Greece with so many casualties, train incident. Real apology or image restoration. Let's see what we are going to think after the presentation on whether was it a real apology or an image restoration. So, Mr. Aspriadis, the field is yours. You've got 20 minutes and you can start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Can you see also my screen?
Yeah, we can see the screen. You can actually make it into a full presentation
now?
if possible. That would be. It's still not in full presentation mode, actually.
I think I have to share my screen.
you can unshare it and share it again if you want, if you know this solves. Yeah, and preferably share your, let's say, whole screen, not only the PowerPoint presentation, because in some occasions yeah, that's much better. Yeah, it works. That's
Okay.
just fine. Just
Great.
fine. Right.
First of all, I would like to congratulate all the organizers for this very nice conference. It's the first time I think that something that has to do with crisis communication is discussed here in Greece, and we need it so much. So until now, we've seen very nice presentations, and well, I will start directly with my presentation, as everything was said. Let me just... So the aim of the research basically is to examine the crisis communication strategies that have been used by the main political figures of responsible mainly for the crisis management of this train disaster we had 1 year earlier. And I used a very basic, shall we say, analytical tools, that of image restoration and the strategy of apology, and also the blame management techniques, because I think it would be nice to see on this very delicate and very complex issue at the same time, how our leadership actually tried to manage this crisis. I used at first qualitative content analysis with elements of political discourse analysis, and then I quantified the qualitative data so it would be easier to come to overall conclusions. I used the speeches and the addresses of Prime Minister and the then Prime Minister of Transport of 1st March after the accident, and also the parliamentary speeches that concerned this issue again after 1 year almost, in end of March 2024, when we had a discussion on the vote for confidence in the in the parliament. So very briefly, we have it is very known and it has been discussed already how a crisis generally evolves. We have the pre-crisis levels, the crisis event, which can be also something that is not quite anticipated. And then we have the crisis response, when we have the need of quickly decision-making. And of course, as long as it develops, we need to control the damage that has been done, either as an image for the crisis managers, or as the general stance of what has been done in the event of the crisis. And then we have recovery. The thing is that usually in crisis management planning, they say that we have quickly to go from the crisis event and the crisis response to the recovery phase as quickly as possible. But usually, and perhaps in this case, it was not the actual target that had to be made. So we use the attribution theory. Usually when the crisis breaks out, media reporting increases about the event, and questions about who is responsible arises. During the outbreak of a crisis, blame is always assigned to one or more of the involved parties. While blame attribution is a primary outcome of any crisis, it can also lead, and perhaps usually it leads, to secondary crisis. So I think the terms are usually known, so I will not elaborate more on that, but we can go on the term of blame game, which is actually something that has to do with the game that has is a process closely associated with the outbreak of a crisis. This occurs as key actors attempt to shift the responsibilities, while at the same time those on the defensive try to avoid them. So this process of shifting and avoiding responsibility creates the so-called blame game. Typically, the media are the ones who engage in the so-called blame game and seek to assign responsibility to political actors. This can happen also by the people. And then we have usually after a crisis the spread of the blame attribution. Usually it comes to a human error or a system error, depending on who we want actually to put on the responsibility. So the human error or the actor failure, as we can say it otherwise, is the responsibility or blaming an employee of the organization or someone from the company's environment to whom the responsibility is assigned in order to protect the whole organization. The network failure, on the other side, is attributing a responsibility to a broader system, whether it is the organization structure or a more general system of operations. So usually in this kind of blaming, the responsibility spreads in generally and nobody is at fault. In the first case, we have usually the scapegoat strategy. This shifts the blame to an individual actor who made a mistake and will be punished eventually for it. And it serves as an easy and painless way for an organization or political actors to assign responsibility and deflect it from themselves by simply blaming someone whose removal will not significantly impact the overall flow of the organization or personal image. Then we have also the organization or operational failure strategy, which is a strategy that attributes the event to an incident caused by multiple actors. This belongs to the organization and network failure. And the endemic system failure, which attributes responsibility to the overall problems of the system, which naturally should be resolved at some point or are generally difficult to address. And then I think I forgot the policymaker strategy, usually, which belongs also to the actor failure, which we have an attribution of responsibility to a higher ranking of executives or officials of an organization. And then we can say that the difference between the scapegoat strategy and the policymaker strategy lies in the hierarchy of those involved. And then we can go to another aspect of how to defend ourselves, which is the difference actually between real apology and damage restoration strategies. In the first case of real apology, we try to address the relationship, whereas on the other side, we need an audience and we defend themselves, we defend our image against the audience. So this is the main difference of a real apology and image restoration. Usually, in political cases, we rarely see real apologies. We see mostly image restoration. And of course, we have the typology of Benoit. I will not elaborate more. I think it's very known. We can see it here. And let's go quickly to the analysis. A quick crisis chronicle. On the 28th February, two trains collide in the region of Tembi. with several injured and dead. It was a devastating and a very shocking accident for everyone. And we have a quickly response after that. On the 1st March, the rescue teams helped to end at the site, and the political leadership travels to the disaster site to see from by their eyes what happened. So we have the first the day after the accident, the 1st March, we have the first governmental framing of the situation of the issue. And at the same day, some time later on, we have the official resignation of the Minister of Transport, Konstantinos Karamanlis, which actually was something that happened, I guess, the first time in the recent political history in Greece for crisis situations. So the evolution was very fast. So the initial responses from the political leadership following the disasters was a prompt visit to the site, and they made public addresses to acknowledge the accident and outline the victim management process. The speeches initially aimed to convey empathy and solidarity, expressing sorrow for the victims, for the tragic events and their families. However, the Prime Minister's statements at the site, which attributed very quickly, shall we say, the accident to human error, giving the impression of blame shifting and potentially framing the situation as scapegoating. So this framing could be interpreted as an attempt to deflect broader systemic or organizational responsibility, a reaction that may affect public perception of accountability and transparency in managing crisis. And here we see during the first addresses, first overview of the speeches and the strategies the two main actors used in the Minister Karamanlis' resignation letter and Prime Minister's addresses to the public. We see that these addresses during March 2023, we have a lot of corrective actions. So they are trying to give an impression that they will make things work from now on. They will make better things and more safe trains. And we have also transcendence. They try to change the narrative into the future, what will come apart from the accident. Of course, they show also empathy and some bolstering. We have also some warframe because, and this has to do also with the transcendence, which has to do that we are at war with a very bad system that has bring us to this day. And some rhetorical aspects here. We can see that transcendence and indirect blame attribution is by saying that I want you to know that I will not approach this issue as a field for partisan confrontation. Our opponent here too is the deep state of backwardness, which unfortunately has manifested itself in our railways with greater intensity perhaps than in other areas of public administration. We can also say that apart from the scapegoat strategy that was attributed the blame to the one that was responsible at that night for the train traffic, another that we have an endemic system failure strategy used in order to blame that the system was actually bad during all those years, and that led to this aspect. So the interesting part is that in the month following the accident, political tensions escalated as the opposition accused the government for concealing critical information for the causes of the tragedy. And these accusations intensified the political discourse, leading also in a parliamentary motion for overthrowing the government. And at this point, we can say that all this rhetoric quickly changed. We have from corrective actions 1 year later, attack against the accuser, mainly against the opposition, and bolstering that the government has made good efforts all these years and good things for the Greek state, for evolving all those factors and making good things happen. So this is in Karamanli's speech at Parliament during the discussion. And this is the overview of Prime Minister Mitsotakis. We see also again here an attack against the accuser, or a counterattack, as we can say. We have also bolstering and denial. All these things quietly is somehow a denial of the accusations of the opposition. So what we can conclude from this is that at first we have a crisis mode for the government, and they try to address the event, make a disaster management, they show remorse, emotional rhetoric, they try to make stakeholder management, and then we have a slight change, and this goes into a scandal mode. And we have accusations there, blame management, personal image management, more defensive rhetoric, and very bold image restoration strategies. So what happens actually is that the accident and the disaster crisis in 2003 becomes almost 1 year later a scandal crisis. So we have a secondary crisis due to the accusations of the opposition and the main frames that were used by the opposition as cover-up and murder. And this makes the government, puts the government actually into a defensive position, and makes also the thing more political. It makes it more political, and we are going away from the first perception of the crisis as an event and the management, and we go more into a perception of a scandal. So the strategies used by the government changed in time. During the first moments in the aftermath of the crisis, the accident, the main figures showed empathy and affect, taking political responsibility. The resignation of the Minister of Transport was a sign of remorse, taking political responsibility for not being able to prevent such an accident. This was a new practice in Greek crisis management process. Corrective actions were proposed by the Prime Minister during his speeches and addresses in the immediate aftermath of the accident, and it's 1 year Remembrance Day. During the parliamentary speeches, however, the Prime Minister and the former Minister of Transport used more attack against accuser and bolstering as their main strategies. This practice shows that the crisis changed its character mainly and transformed itself into a scandal. This transformation, needed another strategic approach, and that is why the main actors changed their rhetoric to denial and image restoration. However, no real apology discourse have been used at any stage of the crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Aspriadis. We've got a second timely presentation here, quite an interesting thing that may leave us additional time for Q&A in the end of the presentations. Just to add a bit of political context here for our guests, is that the time period, the moment that the Tempe tragic disaster took place was allegedly was during the days that the at that time government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis would actually announce officially the date of the elections of 2023 elections that were actually a bit postponed in order for the government to be able to in communicative terms to manage this whole tragedy by this accident and so on. We will discuss, we'll go over those things later on, because I've got a few questions actually to boost the dialogue and the discussion regarding this issue here. And without further ado, let's go to our last but not least, of course, presentation for this session by Panagiotis Prevedis. It's entitled Message Strategies of Emergency Management Organizations During Severe Weather Effects. We are really climate oriented here. I don't know, Panagiotis.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Panagiotis. How are you?
Okay, fine. I will share my screen now.
Yeah, nice. Please do.
Minute.
Perfect. Can you turn it to full screen mode?
Yes, I'm trying.
All right.
Okay, can you see me? No.
Yeah. Okay,
Yes.
we can see it quite clearly. Thank you. You've got 20 minutes and your time starts now. Thank you.
Okay. Wait for me to open my camera because it's
Yeah, of course.
closed. I can't seem to find out how. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, nice. Now we can see you as well.
It's not really nice. I need more light, maybe. give me a second.
You're a bit in dark mode, like on the mode of Windows. No, you've turned to light mode. Nice.
Okay. Perfect. So we are going to.
Now we don't see it in full mode though.
Yes, I will do
now. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we're cool. Thank you.
So, message strategies of emergency management organization during severe weather effects. I am a PhD candidate of the Department of Communication and Digital Media of the University of Western Macedonia. And this is a research to analyze the effectiveness of social media warning messages from Greek emergency organizations. We investigated the impact of factors such as threat description, protective action, guidance, inclusion of location and time frame information, and the identification of message source and variations in message framing. From the three organizations that you can see here, it's 112, the European emergency number, Civil Protection, and Fire Brigade Agency. So we have 3 Twitter accounts that we counted and analyzed the effectiveness of their messages. The messages that we collected had to do only with extreme weather effects, not any other kind of emergencies. We focus, of course, on engagement levels based on the message content and structure. After the literature review, we found out that Twitter is broadly used as a tool for emergency situations. It has been used in many times before. It is supposed to be effective, especially when some elements are included in the messages as hazard, location, guidance, time, and source. And we know that the government activities for protective actions augment the possibility to be retweeted if the hazard impact and severity is included in the messages. Twitter has also served as a reliable channel of alternative communication when we have telephone disruptions, when there is an extreme weather event. And research had shown that the national services use it to communicate in real time. And its accuracy and reliability augments trust in public organizations, or if it lacks, it's worse for the trust of the people. We found out research gaps, especially in the Greek context. We know that 112 has been used only for the last years in Greece. So there is need for more research in this part. We know that there is no one-size-fits-all approach to communicating risks. And there is more to be searched, particularly in the Greek context, regarding the structure and the different effects of engagement and responsiveness of messages. Why is it important? Overall, our search aims to contribute in the knowledge of effective risk communication in social media, to see that messages are more clear, more specific, have actionable content in warning messages, and can be applied for the evaluation of the message's effectiveness and public engagement. We did the content analysis of 156 posts from these three organizations from September 2023 to the first semester of 2024. This is the period where we had Daniel effect in Thessaly. So for the Greek people, that it was a big flooding event. We analyzed the variables from the WRM, warning response model. We will see it in the next slides, and the engagement metrics, such as favorites and retweets. WRM, warning response model, was used because it emphasizes the inclusion of specific message elements, such as referred before, hazard, location, time, source, and guidance, and enhance effectiveness. And it is a valuable framework for evaluating the completeness of warning messages. And here we have a diagram that explains our variables that we worked on: the hazard, which means the description of the threat, what is happening and how it will affect people, the location and the population at risk, where is it happening, who is it referring to. The time parameter we divided in two parts: the time that we should start taking preventive action and the time the preventive action should be completed. The sender source, who is sending the message. It had to be clear who is sending the message. And the guidance for protective action, which means if in the message there is an action to be made. We found out that 112 account excels in proactive actions, protective actions, and location-specific information, and Fire Brigade and General Secretariat for Civil Protection have imminent threats and crisis unit activation focus. We found out that there is 112 uses automated phrasing for clarity and speed. And here is the analysis of the WRM elements. So every message of the 156 we collected regarding extreme weather events was analyzed, and we found out that the description and consequences was present in most of the messages. Protective measures, call for protective measures, was by far higher in 112 GR the account. Also the same for location and population at risk. We found out that there is a start time for protection variable. There is some kind, but we lack end time for protective action message containing. And the sender of the source is usually present. Regarding the effectiveness, Fire Brigade and civil protection did not differ in the favorites that their posts received, though 112 received significantly higher posts and more favorites than the other two organizations. This shows that 112 had highest engagement levels, and we see here that in the first diagram, the maximum post of 112 GR are above double than the other two accounts, and the engagement is much higher, even though the number of account followers in the other two agencies is more than double also. So in comparison, Fire Brigade and GSCP account, despite they have bigger follower bases, they do not share the levels of engagement of 112. We found out that messages that contained calls to protective measures and included location and incident and the sender received more tweets compared to the post that did not contain these elements. All the three accounts messages used clear language, though there is a lot of technical jargon present, and dates for protective action measures are lacking. There are differences in the framing of the three accounts. 1 and 2 has quicker alerts, protective measures, location and population at risk, and this makes it better for engagement. Fire Brigade and General Secretariat account have broader crisis management focus and guidance for preparation. Messages with protective action, as we told before, have higher engagement, and sender identity boosts message confidence and virality. All organizations describe the event and include the sender of the message and do not include end date, all three of them. Results showed that 112 has higher engagement. Elements such as start and end date of the preventive measures did not influence favorites or retweets. And our recommendations have to do with the reduce of jargon, focus on better usage of the WRM elements, and enhance visual aids, which in most cases was lacking. The future research area has to do with bigger research regarding the Greek context. As I told you, 1 and 2 is a tool that has been working only for the last 5 or 6 years. And we should examine the message framing strategies in Greece, considering the risk perceptions. And there will be needed more extended time frame research into tailoring messages and understanding the effects of repeated exposure to warning messages. And that's all from me. I tried to be as fast as I could.
Yeah. You were quite on time, you as well, Panagiotis, and thank you for that. So now, after having concluded with the initial presentations, I would like to ask anyone, any participant that would like to pose questions to our presenters. I've got a few things noted here for discussion, to be honest, but still, first, I would like, to give priority to the people that are participating in this session here. Whoever wants to pose a question, now's the chance, now's your chance. Don't hesitate, don't be ashamed. And the floor is yours, to all of you, for the discussion. So let's see, let's see people raising their hands or not. I don't know. We will see. Don't be ashamed. And don't be afraid. Oh, nice. There we go. So we've got Neophytos here. I'm gonna be using your first names, okay? I'm Stamatis, for the sake of the communication here. So Neophytos,
Well,
we're listening.
I would like to ask a question for the first presentation about leadership communication, which was found very, very interesting. I would like to ask you, how do you define the charisma, the projection of charisma? Have you seen the elements of charismatic leadership, the theory of charismatic leadership from organizational theory and leadership theory, or is it something other than that? I mean, those characteristics that are being presented in this particular theory, have you put it and tried to find it in their communication? I don't know if you understood my question, but
I hope so. Anyway, and I try to answer or provide an answer. Yeah, that's very tricky and very difficult to conceptualize and operationalize the charisma. As you know, charisma originally is a perception by the followers. And there are many series focused on how we can differentiate different traits and behavioral elements of the charisma, and we try to do a different thing. And as I mentioned, we differentiated four key dimensions. And in this dimension, and we developed a code book as well based on that, giving example and instances. We have the first dimension is about special abilities of the leader, and we try to understand how they try to convince us that they have some kind of political skills, dealing with other politicians, dealing with experts, dealing with situation, decision making, and so on, and even how they try to demonstrate that they are a good communicator. For instance, when a post show a leader in a communication situation, giving a speech or giving an interview, we may get the impression that they have some kind of communication skill, and it could be familiar. This approach could be familiar from the impression management literature. And this is a kind of impression management. The second dimension is about the community, how they represent the community, how they use the symbols of the nation or their specific group, how they show their personal life, and so on. And the third one is about vision and goals. This is very simply to see if they make pledges and policy proposals and so on. So we can manage to deal with that. The last one is about crises and challenges, which is integral part of the charisma definition usually. Charismatic leaders used to use these kind of narratives or blame game, if we can say, or scapegoating to legitimize their leadership. I hope I could provide some answer to your question.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Neophytos, for your question. Any other questions to any of the speakers from the attendees, on behalf of the attendees? So I've got a few things, I would like to discuss for all presentations, which were really interesting and really, insightful to their respective fields of focus. I would like to start with Veronica and Rudolf first, since we had this row in the presentation as well. Related to the question posed by Neophytos right now, I would like to ask you if you, apart from the notion of charisma, if you would consider including in your theoretical framework, not necessarily for this study, but for any future study and stuff like that, the rationale, the notion of ordinariness, the attempt on behalf of the politicians to present themselves as, let's say, ordinary people working close to people, as we've seen, for example, Magyar working along with other people in order to face the consequences of the floods and so on, and of course seeking to appear as really, let's say, effective in this rationale and so on. So I think that that's something that might fit, of course, better the focus of your study, but I'm just, thinking out loud and making a proposal here, since you've said before that it's a work in progress, so it's still, you're still developing it. Whether I think that it would be, in a sense, of course, useful to include, or to have a look, at least initially, in this notion as well. And apart from that, what on some occasions I'm trying to do myself as well, when it comes to to the research of public communication and so on, is to kind of let's say, scrutinize the whole circuit of public communication, in a sense. On one hand, we've got the political actors, in our case, for example, here, Orban, Mayer, and so on, and that's an idea that might be interesting for you all, actually, for Veronica, Rudolf, Neophytos, and Panagiotis as well. The whole circuit of communication, we could say that it might include different actors that, of course, participate in their own respective ways in this whole, communication thing regarding any specific issue, the floods, the Tempe accident, the effectiveness, let's say, or the assessment of 112 in case of Panagiotis and so on. In case you would like to, give some, let's say, in a sense, different directions to your research in order to complement the communicative activities on behalf of the politicians, you could move towards, let's say, the media, in terms of how the media manage or frame, to talk more accurately, the politicians' public communication efforts, whether they frame them in a negative or positive way, which aspects of the politicians' public communication attempts do they focus on, and in what ways, and so on. And of course, last but not least, is the let's say, public, in the sense that, at least initially, especially in the social media, we've got all those comments, reactions, and so on. So one might not need, at least initially, to conduct a survey, a representative, let's say, survey, and so on. But we could have a first, grasp of how the public perceives all these efforts, either in a negative or a positive way, regarding this whole thing, this whole, let's say, communicational strategy of the politicians. So, in case you might have it in mind, you could also, in a sense, expand your research towards those different directions, in order, to circulate, to create a more, let's say, cohesive picture for all different actors that participate in those whole communication thing. I would like to carry on asking a few more questions to Veronica and Rudolf. Among other things, I don't know if I think that for me wasn't made that clear from your presentations, but you might have already conducted research on it. Have you actually focused on the sheer use of the word crisis on behalf of those two politicians? As I saw in the posts that you've included in your presentation, I think that on one hand, Orban actually avoided the use, or seek to avoid, let's say, the use of the sheer word crisis for characterizing these instances of the floods in Budapest and other areas of the country, whereas Magyar was more eager to use, let's say, in a sense, this term. Is it something that you, let's say, focused on? Because the sheer meaning of the word crisis can be framed in different ways in order to serve or our own interests, or to fight political opponents, in a sense. Have you maybe focused on that as well?
I will start with your first suggestion, which is, I think, would add to this research a new aspect, because before the period of the flood, Orban actually presented his everyday persona much more than during the period of flooding. So I think we could have seen a significant change in that regard, the extraordinary and the ordinary part of his persona building. And answering to your next question regarding the terminology, we didn't actually conduct a precise analysis about the usage of the word crisis, but the examples I've mentioned in the presentation, not showing exactly every aspect of the word, of the usage of this word. So Péter Magyar used this word almost in the same amount as Viktor Orban, but in different context, in the sense that he used a little bit more exaggeration of the crisis and framed it more severe one.
Yeah, I wanted to just add one thing. Great you mentioned the ordinariness, because it's one of our variables to check how leaders try to make reference to the community. So it's great to mention that. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you both, guys. Thank you so much for your answers. And another idea that struck my mind right now through our discussion on this issue, and seeing the pictures of Orban and Magyar and so on, you could also maybe you could also include another, let's say, parameter, another lens through which you can actually examine the content produced by those two politicians, especially in crisis situation, or in a comparative way, as Veronica mentioned before, before and during crisis situation, or in and out of crisis situation, to talk a bit more generically. Maybe you could also include, let's say, that's just an idea I'm throwing out, of course, the rationale of populist communication, of in which ways each of those two, let's say, politicians appear to, or try to manage themselves as appearing more close to the people and so on. There is a populist, let's say, dimension in that as well, especially as far as I have seen in the post of Magyar, who I would say, in a sense, desperately tries to appear himself, as being among the people and helping the people without any intermediaries, official, such as official services. While, on the other hand, Orban actually invests communicatively in order to enhance his effectiveness in facing the floods into more institutional, let's say, actors such as fire brigade people, policemen I saw right beside him, and so on. So that might be interesting to pinpoint a bit as well, in my opinion. Just throwing out ideas now. It's not that. And you can actually keep whatever you want from all of the things that I'm actually discussing about right now. Anyway, then a couple of things. I don't know if at any time, if somebody else from the attendees has any idea or a question that might have been, created or raised during our discussion with our presenters, feel free to raise your hand, and I will interrupt immediately to give you the ability to talk to our presenters for our really thought-provoking presentations today. I would like to discuss a couple of things with Neophytos as well. So, in the presentation, I think that it would be a bit more enlightening for the people that watch this whole presentation and read your really interesting research. If you included, I think I've missed, a graph for with a temporal comparative rationale. So what, let's say, Mitsotakis was saying in 2023 compared directly in the same graph to what Mitsotakis was saying in 2024, 1 year afterwards, after the election. And of course, we have to bear in mind, as I said before, that I think that a rather decisive factor that maybe could be further underlined is the fact that the accident, this catastrophe, actually took place a few months before the election. So the incumbent government, the Mitsotakis incumbent government, had to deal with a communicational and not only communicational disaster in a really short period of time before the elections. So I think that more or less, even though they tried not to, take full responsibility for what happened, they tried, of course, to create, scapegoats, the people working at that night shift in the railway, and this so-called deep state. We have heard of all those things before, as if they weren't the government for the last 4 years up to that point. But anyway, I think that at least the apologetic, let's say, in a sense, aspect of the public discourse of Mitsotakis and Karamanlis and of other government officials up to the elections has changed 1 year afterwards, after the elections, after they have been re-elected, and actually they have been re-elected by a landslide victory, to be honest. So that gave them, let's say, the confidence, in a sense, to appear more aggressive, in a more aggressive way publicly in the Greek parliament. I don't know if you have reflected a bit on that, Neophytos. Have you, or is it something that you would like, you would include in your, let's say, results and so on?
Yes, of course, very, very, very good points, I must say, because it's actually, in my opinion, an ongoing crisis, and we haven't seen much until now. But the thing is that, first of all, as you said, it hasn't affected the election outcome at that time. We knew basically that there were coming elections. They haven't been announced by the time of the accident, but it's evident that the elections were postponed for some time later. The interesting fact here is that after the incident, a few months, not few months, I would say a few weeks after the accident, when Easter came, and after Easter, the discussion about Tempe somehow stopped, even by the opposition mainly, and also by the government, of course. But then we forgot, and then we remembered it 1 year later, again during this dark anniversary in the end of February, and some also basically some reports by the media provoked actually this scandal crisis when it was announced the vote for confidence in the parliament, and it brought up again this issue. So it's very interesting for me why this actually happened, and how we could forget 1 year all these things, and then eventually it came back 1 year later. And also we see this change in the discourse. I mean, of course, it's very natural to be at first to have a more apologetic discourse during the first days, and a very but the odd thing is that this discourse wasn't maintained after 1 year. I mean, and the interesting fact that I found is that in the parliamentary speech, in the speech of the Prime Minister, the structure of the speech was like, shall we call it, an ancient structure of apologetic discourse, which was the accusation and then the answer, mainly through attack or denial, but mainly through counterattack. And this was all the structure of the whole discourse, the whole speech. So the thing is that, and what I found interesting was that, and how I came basically to the research was that I had the impression at first that the crisis has been managed quite good from a communication aspect in comparison to other crises the Greek governments had managed the previous years. Not the same government, but others as well. So in comparison to all these crisis communication efforts by the Greek governments all those years, I study these things from 2015, I guess, perhaps, yeah, I think that. So it was good. I mean, we had another big crisis, similar crisis with the Mati. We know what happened there, at least the Greeks in this here, but it was quite good. They went there, they went to the site, they made some speeches from there. The only dark point was the immediate blame on a scapegoat, on somebody, on a human error. This could wait for another 2 days, perhaps, from a strategic point of view. But the thing is that actually, from this point of view, it was a nice, a good and effective, shall we say, crisis communication for the first moments. But what they missed, actually, and this, I think, developed the secondary crisis and developed this issue into a scandal, was that they did not try to make a very effective stakeholder management, and they did not address what the issue actually was. And the issue was that a lot of people had died, young people mainly, had died during this process, and they didn't much care to go into a phase of quickly recovery, which is usually the plan for crisis management, to go into normality as quickly as possible. They tried to do that, they did do that, but this backfired. Because the crisis was something else. It was not in recovery, in not going back to normality quickly, but to address actually the pain and the sorrow of those people and the stakeholders, which actually, in this case, the stakeholders and through the media was the whole of Greece. It was not the families that have been affected, but the shock that have been spread through the media and through the event to all people. And all this together, when we, so I think that it's a multi-layered crisis. We cannot focus on one thing and say, okay, they did that during their speeches, they managed the crisis effectively or not, or they used real apology or not. It's a multi-layered crisis, so we have to address every issue differently in order to eventually, at some point, have a complete idea of what happened and how perhaps, I don't know if there is any way to manage such a crisis good, effectively, and say we have done everything good. But I would say that the thing is, it would be nice when we have all this idea of what happened to see whether this management approach by the government was towards a right direction or not. At this point, all those things show that it eventually wasn't, because through the quickly trying to quickly attribute responsibility to somebody so soon, so quickly, and then try to recover from the crisis in an infrastructure manner, not for the people, but to get the trains quickly as possible back on tracks. All this was used afterwards and made actually this case a scandal. And to come also to your graph question, yes, I have not included. I guessed it would be clear in this manner to different present differently in a different section the Prime Minister's speech during 2023 and in the different section the 2024 graph. I have also an overview of everything, so we could see of the total, shall we say, let me just share quickly this screen. I think you
Yeah,
can
of course.
do that. This
Yeah. Okay.
all the speeches together, and we see that the dominant strategy from the whole, shall we say, management is, of course, the counterattack, and then bolstering. So we did well, and you are wrong of saying that or attacking eventually the accusers. And this overshadows practically the mortification aspect that should be used eventually, perhaps to crisis like that, and the empathy.
Well, just to wrap up, for the attendance, what Neophytos said is that we have, in really brief words, is that we have to discriminate between effective crisis communication, crisis management, which comes as the, let's say, we could actually, let's say, assess as effective the communication management of this crisis on behalf of the government since they got re-elected and by a landslide victory and so on, and righteousness, effectiveness versus righteousness, and righteousness in a more ethical way, seeking to find out whether the this whole public communication thing included empathy, as you said before, and so on. So we won't find that much empathy in that thing in our case study here. We might find, though, in political terms, in strictly political terms, communicational effectiveness, at least in the way that this whole communication strategy followed after the Tempe tragic accident actually got realized through the electoral result, and how much and in which ways, let's say, the people, the electorate, the Greek electorate, assessed the efforts of the government on the next day after this whole tragic accident. And one last question, since we are actually approaching. We've got Christina who wants to ask something. Christina, yes.
Yeah. I want to follow up on what Neophytos said about the blame game in the case of Tempe. I don't want to go into a political discussion. I'm still focusing on the communication aspect. I, as a Greek person, I've seen a lot of times this happening, actually accusing the opposition about things that went wrong. And I'm wondering why this is such a strong pattern in the with the Greek politicians in the Greek politics. What does this, maybe historically, if you know Neophytos or the other speakers, where does this come from? But also from a more crisis communication perspective, why this pattern is so strong still now, many years later. I mean, it has followed Greece for the whole new history. Yeah, so that's my question.
Who wants?
Shall
Who
I
would like
answer?
to? Yeah. Please, Neophytos. Yeah.
It's a very good point. I wanted to mention, to add it also, is that it's a very good question, actually, that I'm not sure that somebody can answer that and say that is that. But in my opinion, I would guess usually it's the easier way to in crisis management. The first thing that at least in Greek political perspective comes is denial and blame avoidance. Those two things come, and you can see that in every discussion concerning a crisis, an image crisis for somebody, a crisis event for somebody, is blame avoidance. It's the first time, I guess, and that is why at first, at least, the first points in this particular crisis management was that it was slightly different until I heard the blame towards the scapegoat. I said, okay, it's a nice communication effort they made, and because I must say that because this government tried to learn from the mistakes of the past and has slightly changed a little bit towards a better communication effort in crisis situations. But it was not this case. It was another crisis. This crisis was different from the previous ones. And of course, it's something that we have to keep in mind. I'm sure all crisis management managers know that every crisis is one. They cannot find a manual for a crisis. So we have to see what the stakes are always. But this is something that usually Greek politicians use. I mean, they try to base their answers into manuals, into communication manuals. Know what are we going to do this way? Is this strategy okay? We do this and we are okay. But usually it's not okay, and we see very much more ineffective crisis managements in the political sector very often. I mean, and I think this comes first as a problem of the consultants, and secondly, from this thinking of not knowing that every crisis has its own stakes, and we have to to find first the stakes and then address them.
Thank you, Neophytos.
Thank you, Neophytos. Is there any other question that anyone would like to pose to our presenters, since we are approaching our, let's say, closing time for this session? So just a couple of brief, let's say, comments on that. I would answer as quickly as possible to Christina, saying why all this, blame game all the time in diachronic way and so on. How we encounter it in almost any crisis and so on. I would say that in really, really brief terms, and that's kind of simplistic, of course, what I'm going to say, because it appears that it works for the ones who make use of that. So, or at least partially, I don't know, at least partially. So, I mean, in any handling of any rationale behind, crisis situations and stuff like that, people, go back to the manuals, as Neophytos said, to figure out what worked in previous times. And so up to a point, they replicate previous solutions, even though they might not be the most adequate ones, as again Neophytos said quite righteously. So in that sense, what actually we see this prolongation of the rationale of the blame game, because it appears, or at least they think, that that regarding significant part of society, this works. How in the ways that they are actually, in a sense, implementing it. That's why they're using it again and again and again. Anyway, any other?
If
Yeah, Neophytos. Of course you can. Yeah.
Is that because I was thinking that before the presentation, is that we forget easily as people here in Greece. And this is why denial and blame avoidance usually work, because we forget. If we didn't, perhaps they wouldn't.
Actually, the problem is that's not a kind of, reminiscent only of the Greek people or characteristic only of the Greek people. I think that in other countries, we more or less face or encounter the same issues as well. We could discuss for hours and hours on the re-election of Trump in the United States, on the emergence of far right in all over Europe, actually, and so on. But anyway, I hope that those things will be pretty interesting thematics for a future Jean Monnet Chair conference. I don't know if Amalia finds those aspects interesting or not. But for the time being, I want to thank you all first for being here, attending and bearing with us, and me mainly as moderator of this panel. Big thanks to all the presenters that we have in our company today, with all those really thought-provoking presentations. I mean, I had all this huge, let's say, rain of ideas that came into mind, and due to the really interesting presentations that I've attended. And thank you all once again for being here. Of course, in terms for the current conference, we actually we have to renew our date for tomorrow with 2 even more interesting sessions that will take place, of course, online, and we are all waiting for you to attend those sessions as well. I think that they will be equally or even more fruitful than our session today. Thank you all for being with us. Have a nice evening, and see you tomorrow as well. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Nice to meet you all, people. Bye-bye.
Bye.